Good evening. Good evening. I'd like to welcome you all to a special August 7th meeting of the Livermore City Council and the Downtown Steering Committee. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Since this is a sort of a different beast, I would like to ask the city clerk to call the roll, please.
Okay. Councilmember Carling.
Here.
Councilmember Coomer.
Here.
Councilmember Warner.
Here.
Vice Mayor Spadowski.
Here.
Mayor Marchand.
Here.
Downtown Steering Committee members, Don Argula.
Here.
Andrew Barker.
Here.
Eric Bjorklund.
Here.
Gina Bonanno.
Here.
Drew Felker.
Here.
Jeff Caskey.
Here.
Dale Kay.
Here.
Jean King.
Here.
Monia Lane.
Here.
Brian Petro.
Here.
Joan Seppala. Lynn Seppala.
Here.
Rochelle Snedecor. Let the record show that Matt Ford and Sherry Nigg are absent excused.
Great. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for taking time out of your evening to be here tonight. I ask that you now please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, and because there's quite a crowd here tonight, if there is overflow, people can still see the proceedings over at the multipurpose facility, which is just across the parking lot. So you can, if as people come in, they can be directed over there and then wait. And if they do submit comments or wish to speak, we can bring them on over too as well. So also, I'd like to start off the meeting by suspending or getting a motion to suspend Rule 7.8. That is the 11 o'clock rule. It's if...
So moved.
Okay, so I'm going to explain it. Yeah, so if we go to 11 o'clock, we just keep right on rolling and we don't lose our momentum. So moved by Councilmember Carling. Seconded by Councilmember Coomer. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? People that are jet lagged. Okay, well, very good. Well, thank you for that. So we can just keep the momentum going. Also, the purpose of the meeting. I appreciate the steering committee doing a tremendous amount of work the last few months. So really what we're here to do tonight is to refine the elements of the outreach. So we're not really out here tonight to advocate for any specific plan. What the committee's been doing is determining what the key elements are of a downtown plan. And once we get those elements and the facts defining each of those elements, the idea is to take that information, once we have the facts or the learnings, I think is the term that they've used, once those are in place, then with that information, we're going to go conduct an outreach program to get a broad-based community perspective. And then ultimately that's going to come back and be incorporated into the final plan. So tonight is really about developing the outreach plan, and it's not so much about advocating for a single plan. So that's where we are tonight. And with that, I think I will like to introduce David Early. The committee certainly knows David Early. He's with PlaceWorks, and he's been the lead facilitator for the steering committee process, and he's going to provide two presentations tonight. One summarizing the work and the recommendations of the Downtown Steering Committee, and the other presenting the evaluation workbook and the ranking worksheet, which is going to be prepared subsequently. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Early.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'm David Early, and it's a pleasure to be here this evening. I'm going to play two roles this evening. One of them is to present on behalf of the steering committee the work that's been both done by the steering committee. That'll be my first presentation, and then the work on evaluation that's resulted from the steering committee's work. That'll be my second presentation. And then in addition to making the presentations, I'm going to help to facilitate a discussion after each presentation between the council and the committee. I believe council members may have questions that they may want to ask about the information that I present. Committee members may have clarifications. We will use time after each of my two presentations for any of those questions and clarifications. presentations. After that, we do have a third presentation that will be made by Steve Stewart from city staff. He'll be presenting 3 council-initiated matters and the staff work on those that relate to the downtown plan, and then we'll have a chance for council discussion about that, and council ask committee members about any of those items. Once we finish those 3 items tonight, we will have a time for public comment. We know that many of you in the audience here would like to speak to the council about the issues before you, and particularly about the outreach program. So we'll have a time for those comments, and then the meeting will conclude going back to the mayor and the council for a discussion of actually it's 8 separate items that the council will be providing guidance on, and the mayor will conduct a discussion among the council members about those 8 items. So that gives you an overview of this evening's meeting. I did want to point out that we have a number of experts from both the consultant team as well as city staff who are here this evening to answer technical questions if they come up. Carrie Stone is here from my office and is helping as assistant project manager and is taking notes. We have 3 outside experts on economics. Russ Branson from PFM is here to talk about hotel feasibility. Mark Polhemus of EPS is here to talk about commercial and residential market feasibility. And Greg Davidson is here from NBS to talk about capital costs, construction, operation, and maintenance costs. So we have 3 folks there on the financial side. We also have 3 experts on the parking and transportation side. Sherry Sheets, your city engineer, is here, along with Carlos Endai Diego, city transportation engineer, and Teresa Peterson from Fair and Pierce, who are your consulting transportation planners and engineers. So it's quite a team of folks we've got here to answer questions if they come up this evening. So with that, I'm going to launch into the first of my 2 presentations. And I'm going to be talking about 3 things that were all considered and adopted for you by your steering committee and moved from the steering committee to the council for your consideration. And I should say here at the outset that at the last meeting, there were a couple of loose ends dangling that the committee did direct us to change and work on, and so we did that. We did that as best we could in keeping with the committee direction, but there is a small percentage, very small percentage of the work here that results from that work and that the committee has not directly seen in the past, but we hope very much that it is reflective of the guidance we got from the committee. So I'll be talking first about the public engagement plan itself, then I'll be talking about the key learnings, and then I'll be talking about the draft alternatives. And just to give a little bit of feedback or overview there, the committee began with a charge from the council, in particular, to develop a public engagement plan. That was really the core aspect of the work, and that's why we're presenting that this evening first. That work is done. I think it's a very solid plan. You'll be seeing it in just a few minutes. And at the same time, as the committee started that work, the committee realized that there were 2 other important things that it needed to do in order to be even able to work on that engagement plan. And one of those 2 things was to understand background information about the downtown and development issues within the downtown. And that's what we call the key learnings that we heard from a number of experts, many of whom I just introduced to you who are here this evening. They gave expert presentations, and we turned that into a set of key learnings or key findings that need to be considered as downtown development is considered. And so I'm going to be showing you those this evening. And then lastly, the committee did also decide that in order to jumpstart the public engagement process, it would develop 4 alternatives for development on the Catalyst sites. I'll be showing those also. I want to say now, and I'll say again, they are not intended as final solutions. They are not intended, it's not intended that any of the 4 of them would actually be constructed in its entirety. They're considered as starting points for a public discussion that will happen through the engagement process and that will result in probably a 5th solution or a different solution, perhaps a hybrid, perhaps some pieces from each of the 4 alternatives, but it is not that we're trying to select one of these. We're trying to look at the range of options for the downtown. That's what these 4 alternatives show, and later a preferred alternative will be created. So I'm going to show you each of these 3 things, and I'm going to start with the draft public engagement plan. I know you received it in your packet, and it talks about 8 different overall parts of the plan. It goes into objectives and goals, talks about the target audience for the plan, ways to engage both underserved communities and youth, ways to get the word out, the public input process itself, public input channels, and then how information will be synthesized in a final report. The objectives and goals of the plan are perhaps the most important aspect of the plan, and those are first to utilize a range of outreach tools to make it easy for many community members to provide input. We're particularly looking for multiple ways that people can be involved, multiple channels, so that people who may not have otherwise been involved in input processes in the past can be involved in this one. That means that our goal here also is to solicit input from a greater range of community members than have been involved in previous efforts, and particularly to involve underrepresented and marginalized communities in the process. The process is also intended to provide frequent updates on input received and the project schedule, and to have a process that focuses on a decision as early as possible about a downtown hotel, while also covering all the other parts of the process as well. The process's target audience really is everyone. It's members of Livermore's overall community, residents, business owners, and with a special emphasis on underserved communities to make sure that we really do reach out to people who haven't otherwise been involved in public processes in Livermore, both people who aren't normally involved and particularly people who are underrepresented, often within the civic process. So with that in mind, we did put together a series of strategies to involve both underserved communities as well as youth, and I'll talk about those next. But in terms of underserved communities, we are making sure through our process that we engage people at places where they congregate, and particularly where we might find lower income and minority communities, where we reach out to them. We have a commitment to advertise in ethnic media. We have a commitment to translate our meetings and materials into Spanish. And I might note there that we did also look at providing materials in Indian languages because of the large Indian population. We talked to the Shiva Vishnu Temple staff about that and heard from them a consensus that most of the audience there does speak English, and perhaps more importantly, there are many Indian languages within the community, and it would be very hard to choose just one or two for translation. And for those reasons, although we were committed to all the languages necessary, we really arrived at only Spanish as the necessary foreign language for translation. We do also have a commitment in our plan to offer food and child-friendly activities as a way to involve people who might have childcare issues or who might not be able to squeeze in a meeting if they otherwise have to go get their own dinner. So that's a way that we've found can really involve people from a large segment of the community, and to employ fun interactive games to entice people to attend, to really make the meetings enjoyable. So that's all part of our strategy to engage underserved communities. We do also have a strategy to engage youth, using social media to attract youth participation, holding events at back-to-school nights and youth athletic events, working with teachers to offer class credits to allow high school students to participate, and coordinating with the Livermore Area Youth Advisory Commission to ask for them for additional ideas as to how folks can be involved. We have quite a large approach to getting the word out about the process. If you think about a community engagement process, you really need to do two things. You need to let people know it's happening, and then you need to hear back from them about what they think. And this slide really focuses on that notion of getting the word out so that they know the process is happening at all. A whole host of ways to get people involved and let them know the project is happening, including a project website that's already up and running and will be edited and changed and amplified, but I want everyone to know that yourlivermore.org is already up and running, and folks can go and visit it and see the information that's there. We're also going to be using social media. We're going to be using display boards both in the downtown and at the library and the downtown kiosk. We'll be creating posters and flyers for posting both in the downtown and throughout the city. We'll be getting what's called earned media. That is where we create news so that the news gets into the newspaper and the news part of the newspaper. And we're also going to use paid advertising to put advertisements into the media so that people are aware of what's happening as well. So a lot of different ways to get the word out. Once people hear about the process, we're going to be engaging them, as I said, in a number of different channels, a number of different ways, but any of these events will be based on three fundamental components, and I want to talk about those before I talk about the specific channels. The first of these, the first part of the process in every case will be education. We want people to get to share the key learnings that have come before the committee, that the committee has agreed on, and that we feel are important for people people to know about the downtown. So that educational process is the first part. Second is to present to them the alternatives that the committee has already created and the evaluation of those alternatives that's been done just in the last month or so. And then finally, and most importantly, is to allow members of the public to comment on those alternatives, to select which ones they think are most positive, and to tell us the reasons for those, and to refine the alternatives as they see appropriate. So all of our channels of engagement will include these three parts: education, alternatives review and evaluation, and comment selection and refinement. We have 5 different types of channels to allow people to be involved, and I want to emphasize that the point here is to cast as wide a net as possible and allow as many people to be involved as possible. What that means is that there won't be any advantage, so to speak, from a single person being involved in multiple channels. We're trying to create multiple channels to involve lots of different people. We're not trying to create a situation where the same people go and just come to every meeting and log into the website over and over again and give the same input multiple times. We want to hear from multiple people, and that's why we've created these multiple channels. 5 different types of channels. The first are to do actual downtown tours where people can walk around the downtown and give their ideas on site. Those will be held both in person and available on a mobile app so that a person can take their own handheld device or cell phone and go around the downtown and take the tour and provide input on their own device. We'll also be having 5 neighborhood district meetings in 5 parts of the city for the people who live in each of those 5 parts of the city. We will be having pop-up events at 10 different events, local events, and you see a list of the types of places we expect right on the board there. We will be engaging in 2 community workshops for the city as a whole, and then we will also have an online engagement tool that allows people, rather than coming to a meeting or being at a pop-up event, to get all the information, review the alternatives, comment on the alternatives, and even build their own alternative, all online, and to submit that online from their home or business without needing to come to a meeting. So we hope that through all of these different approaches, we will be able to get very broad participation from a very large number of members of the Livermore community. At the end of the process, PlaceWorks will take all the work done by the various channels and summarize all of this into a final report. The steering committee has made a request that the council consider having an additional steering committee meeting to look at that report. That's an item that you will want to talk about this evening when you come back to this after the public comment. And we do anticipate that all of this work will be ready for presentation to the City Council at the very late part of November or early December, probably between the Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays, which is to say that we hope that all of the outreach itself will be done in the months of late August, September, and October. In November, we'll consolidate everything and bring it to you at the end of November. That concludes my presentation, the first of the 3 presentations in this part, and I'm just going to have a sip of water before I go on and talk about the key learnings. This is not the presentation, though. But I know that Neil will miraculously find the right presentation, which will pop back up. That was the other one still. It's the first presentation, another part. It just continues through the first presentation. This just gives you more chance to drink water. There we go. All right. So the next item that I wanted to give you an overview of are the key learnings. We've put together a slideshow that goes over all the key findings, and I'm going to go over it very, very briefly tonight. I want to warn you or caution you that I'm going to give a very abbreviated version, but all of these learnings will be available to members of the public online, on boards, at pop-up events, in handouts, in all sorts of different formats, but we did want to share with you what these key learnings are. And I'm going to begin by just giving you some overview that what we're looking at are these 5 concepts. We're looking at profit and loss in the downtown. We're looking at traffic operating conditions, parking supply and demand. We're looking at the financial feasibility of various uses, including hotel, conference center, retail, and housing. And we're looking at best urban design practices. And we did have a number of experts who helped to put these key learnings together. All of the people who you see listed here came and spoke to the steering committee about their various levels of expertise. And before I go into the individual findings, I just wanted to let the steering committee in particular know that we did make a series of changes to the slideshow after the last meeting based on your guidance. I'm not going to go over those in detail right here. They are on the PowerPoint, which I know you have on paper as well, but I did want to just let the committee know that we were responsive to the committee direction, and we made these changes as the committee requested. So very quickly, to give you this background, I'm just really going to give an overview of each slide and not try and go into it in detail. The first of our slides here does look at profit and loss in the downtown and makes the point that the downtown already actually creates an expense overall for the city. It costs the city about $1.7 or $1.8 million a year to administer and serve the downtown. Revenue coming from taxes and other fees paid in the downtown is only about $1.35 million, creating a gap of about $400,000 a year. That's an okay thing. It's an amenity for the city as a whole, but it's important to understand that it's not that the downtown has a lot of excess cash that it can throw off to do other projects. Any additional costs in the downtown are going to need to come from other sources because the downtown isn't throwing off extra revenue on its own. We did look quite a bit at traffic with the committee. We learned about the two key intersections in the downtown right now, Railroad and Livermore, and Maple Street and First Street, and you'll see in our evaluation later that we look at each of these intersections, both of them when we do all our evaluation. Downtown traffic has overall decreased in the last few years, but there are ongoing concerns, of course, about traffic. We looked at parking in quite a bit of detail, at the total number of parking spaces in the downtown in both public and private lots and on-street spaces. And we did also look at maps of where parking is, where occupancy occurs, and we came to an understanding that, in fact, there is some additional parking available in the downtown right now, but parking is pretty close to maxed out, and the committee did agree that any parking lost should be replaced through future projects. There are about 565 spaces between the Livermore Village site and the east side of Livermore Avenue that would be displaced through new development on these catalyst sites, and those spaces would need to be replaced as new development occurs. We went on and thinking about parking to look at two sites for additional parking. One, the new site of the new proposed I Street garage, and also a possible parking structure on the Livermore Village site. We looked at plans for the I Street garage and the two options there, with each with 375 spaces on the site next to the existing I Street garage. And we also looked at I'm trying to move it along here. We also looked at the Livermore Village parking options, at 4 different options that have been considered by the city and that were all considered in the planning for the alternatives that we subsequently created. There were questions raised about whether Livermore Avenue would be affected by cars going in and out to a possible future hotel on either side of the street. We looked at that issue as well and discovered that with adding a hotel, the delay in the area would be almost exactly the same as it has been in the past. Looking at Livermore Avenue itself, we anticipate exactly the same delay. Looking at driveways going into the east and west side parking lots, with or without a hotel there, the delay goes from 16 seconds up to 21 seconds, but both of those fall into level of service C, and engineers feel would probably be hardly noticeable by most users, although there would be somewhat of a change in delay. Switching out of traffic, we did look at the financial feasibility of a number of different uses, starting with hotels. This slide shows hotel occupancy rates in the Livermore area over the last several years, and you can see that they've been very consistent, above 70%, and have gone as high as 80%. Hoteliers are generally interested in a market when occupancy gets even above 70%, so the market is pretty strong here in Livermore. Because of that, you're seeing quite a bit of new hotel construction. There's 1 hotel already under construction, 1 approved, and 2 more that are under review by the city right now in the immediate Livermore area. Although all of them are along the freeway, none of them is right in downtown Livermore. And with those things in mind, we had our consultant look at the feasibility of a hotel. The conclusion was that a 100 to 125 room hotel is feasible in the downtown area and would probably respond well to the market, which is underserved by boutique hotels. It shouldn't be much larger than that. It should be single branded. There was some talk at one point about dual branding, and it likely will require some financial assistance from the city in terms of both land cost and provision of parking. But with those caveats, it should be financially feasible to build a boutique hotel in the downtown. We did also look at the hotel side, on the hotel side, about the advantages and disadvantages of the east and west side of the street. We found advantages and disadvantages of both sides, from both the on the economic side, but more particularly on the design side, where there are some differences. There were quite robust discussions at the committee about the advantages of both, and I'm not going to go over them all, but I think it's fair to say that there are advantages and disadvantages on each side of the street. This slide looks at the east side. This slide looks at the west side. We did also then look at the financial feasibility of conference facilities and found that although there have been proposals and discussions of larger facilities in the past, what we learned is that a conference facility in this market is generally going to be driven by the hotel and built in order to serve the hotel rooms. It has very little likelihood of succeeding as a standalone facility that would be separate from the hotel. And a general size, based on both demand, the size of the hotel, and what the market would build, is for something in the order of 1,000 to 1,500 square feet. And so that's the size that most is of interest to a large number of folks, because that's what the market would seem to bear. We looked further at retail uses. The finding there was that retail uses in the downtown need to be largely experiential and be what some people call retail entertainment, that people, if you want to save money or have a large selection, you might go to a big box retailer or out to the outlet malls or to a supermarket. If you're wanting an experience or a pleasurable time, something enjoyable or entertaining, that's when you'll come to your downtown. And so for that reason, we're looking at uses such as restaurants and cafes, clothing, home, hobby stores, more focus on services, more focus on fitness and things that people can do rather than typical goods that you might find in a larger store. With that in mind, the quantity of retail in the downtown that can be built new is probably pretty limited. On the one hand, the minimum viable retail size, just to make it work, is going to be on the order of 10 to 12,000 square feet, but there's really very little existing demand. So the demand is going to be driven by the new hotel and the new residential units. The more hotel rooms you have and the more residential units you have, the greater the demand will be. And if you're looking at a 125-room hotel, you're probably going to come up with something like 10 to 20,000 and the of retail size, and then additional demand coming from the residential development as well. And that retail does need to be located on main streets and near other retail, and it needs to avoid standalone locations and pedestrian-only locations. There's been quite a bit of talk about museums and galleries in the downtown. We did a little work on comparable facilities, other publicly operated facilities in other locations. We looked at two facilities, the Blue Line Arts in Roseville and the Hayward Area Historical Museum, and we found that both of them, I think most importantly, required subsidies both to be constructed and to continue to operate. And we were able, from those, to be able to put together some expectations that we might need to look at a total construction cost of anywhere from $3.5 to $12 million, and we could expect an ongoing need to subsidize the operations of galleries and museums as well. And then lastly, on the demand side, we looked at housing. We looked at what we learned was the fact that Livermore has had is currently about 78, almost 80% single-family homes and only about 20% multifamily, and no market-rate apartments have been built in the city since 1998. There's ongoing demand for multifamily housing, and yet very little of it being built. And in fact, what we see is that there's going to be quite robust formation of new households in the United States over the next 10 or so years, 12.5 million new households as compared to only 7 million in the decade up until now. The greatest portion of those will be in young adults and older adults, 65 and older, and these are two groups that are most interested in smaller units, multifamily units, and downtown living. For that reason, and those folks will largely be in the suburbs, but they will have a greater than average interest in denser, more interesting urban living, and for that reason we think that the downtown has a really good chance of being able to provide successful downtown housing for those particular groups. There are already two projects planned and likely to be proposed in the downtown at Chestnut Square and the Growth Brothers site. Other potential housing sites are going to require substantial redevelopment, and for that reason housing on these catalyst sites may make sense. And we did look then at the feasibility of both townhouses and for-sale flats and apartments, all of which appear to be financially feasible, townhouses being the most proven product, but flats and apartments having a little more of an upside. They're a little less of a sure bet, but they have the potential perhaps to be even more profitable and more successful for the developers. In wrapping up the housing discussion, we did have quite a discussion about the fact that the existing Livermore Village site was acquired using city affordable housing funds, $14.5 million of those funds, and those funds need to be offset by the provision of affordable housing on the site. If that does not occur, the city would have to repay its affordable housing funds so that that money could be used elsewhere. A rough estimate of the number of housing units needed to avoid repayment would be 193 units. That's assuming a $75,000 value per unit. We looked at a variety of alternative housing types, including senior housing, co-housing, micro units, and artist live workspace, and many of these did appear in the alternatives created by the steering committee. And then finally, we looked at urban design. We were able to get presentations from Greg Tung, who worked on the downtown plan in the past, and talked about how the open space in the area needs to be well organized and needs to that the open spaces need to be activated by housing, hotel, and retail spaces, all of which bring people into the area and enable the open space to be used. We looked at examples of the sizes of open space, both throughout Livermore, for instance, in the downtown, at the Bankhead Theater, at Carnegie Park. We also looked at typical open spaces in other cities, these examples from Palo Alto, from Pasadena, from Redwood City and Healdsburg, and we used those as models for the creation of open spaces within the alternatives that the steering committee created. And we also then talked about open space provision. Housing built in the city is required to provide 150 square feet of open space per unit. That's one way that housing can be provided and paid for, is through that requirement. Additional open space could be constructed and maintained using public resources, and that calculation is considered in the financial evaluations of the alternatives, understanding that each residential unit is required to provide open space as well. We talked in the urban design discussion also about pedestrian walking distances and connectivity and the need to emphasize mid-block connectivity because this Livermore Village site is such a large block. It needs to be broken down with vehicle and pedestrian circulation running through it and connectivity being an incredibly important aspect of good urban design. We did have a brief discussion about skyways and skywalks because some of committee members were interested in seeing a skyway as part of one of the alternatives. That was subsequently removed from the four key alternatives, but we did find that perhaps part of the reason for that is that there was a finding by our urban design experts that elevated walkways do have some sometimes negative implications in terms of both separating pedestrians from one level to another, so no particular area has a lot of activity because the activity is split, and it can also create some darker areas down underneath. And those are some of the drawbacks, although it can, of course, be a very interesting urban design aspect. And then finally, we did talk about downtown housing as urban fabric, that housing in the core can bring large numbers of residents into the downtown to activate the area. There are many areas throughout the Bay Area, many cities the size and type of Livermore with activated downtowns that have very successfully used downtown housing as a way to bring new residents in and to activate the area. And that was one of the reasons our urban design professional felt that housing would make sense in the area. So that concludes my second of the three presentations, and I'm going to jump right in after a brief drink of water to just introduce very quickly the alternatives, and then that will conclude my presentation of the committee work, and I will stop talking for a minute and give the council a chance to ask the committee questions. But I do want to move on to the alternatives.
That was the quickest 54 slides I've ever seen. But it wasn't just glazed over. You really kind of summarized them all succinctly, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
You deserve that. Take an extra sip.
Okay, I won't be nearly as long on the alternatives, but I do want to give you a brief introduction. The committee did have 3 meetings that were strictly dedicated to the creation of the alternatives. After looking at the background information, there were 3 meetings in June to build the alternatives, and then those are coming before you tonight. And you have received in the written material a summary of the alternatives that gives you information about them numerically in terms of number of square feet, number of units, the types of uses, the amount of open space, and then that also looks at the parking demand and supply. And it has been our goal, and we came pretty close on all 4 alternatives, to both provide replacement parking for the spaces that will be lost on the 2 sites, and to provide all the parking required under city zoning for all the uses that are included. And you'll see that in each case, in some cases we're over by about 50 parking spaces, in some cases we're under by a few, but in general we've come very close to that particular goal. And there are 4 separate alternatives, and I fear to say I was probably the person who strongly emphasized that I thought we should have 4, and I want to explain the reason for that. As you all know, there's been quite a bit of discussion about whether the hotel should be on the east side or the west side of Livermore Avenue. And so that seemed to suggest that we needed at least 2 alternatives so that we could evaluate that difference. But one of the things that I believed, and I think the committee came to believe as well, is that no matter where you put the hotel, there are going to be other permutations. There are going to be other possibilities, whether the hotel is on the east side or the west side. And we wanted to illustrate that. And so we had to have at least 2 alternatives for each side of the street so people could start to see the range of things that might occur. By no means do we think that these are the only 2 things that can happen if the hotel is on the east, or the only 2 things that can happen on the west, but we hope that by having 4 rather than just 2, you can get a sense of the breadth of possibility that each of the 2 sides of the street represents. And that's why we came up with 4 different alternatives. I should point out also, as we go into these, that as the committee created the alternatives, we did get input not only from committee members, but from a couple of different sources. Alternatives, the East Side Hotel alternatives, both represent the current proposal from Presidio Properties for a hotel under the exclusive negotiating agreement you have. There were some members of our committee who felt that it was unfair or inappropriate that a private developer would have had their scheme taken and put into this alternative. So I wanted to report that on behalf of the committee members who had that concern. When we get to the to West Side Alternative A, you'll see that's an alternative that largely represents work done by McCracken Architects under the guidance of a few of our committee members. And there were other committee members who felt that it was inappropriate that alternative was moved from those few committee members to the committee as a whole. My personal opinion was that it was important that we show the work done by Presidio Properties, since they are already working with the city. I also thought it was very important that the work done by the McCracken Architects get reflected, and that the best way to do that would be to allow one of those alternatives to come in. And I think committee members, some of them perhaps reluctantly, but all of them ultimately agreed that we would move all the alternatives forward in this way. And that's what you're seeing this evening. I did promise that I would give to you the 2 disclaimers that I just gave you, that there were concerns both about the Presidio Hotel as well as about the McCracken scheme, but the committee did agree to have them all brought forward. So this is the first of the 4 schemes. The first 2 are the East Side Hotel, East Side A and B. And as I already mentioned, both of them have the boutique hotel on the east side of Livermore Avenue as currently proposed by Presidio. East Side A is an alternative which is organized around the concept of a plaza and village green, which are immediately opposite the hotel, facing onto Livermore Avenue, with a hardscape plaza right along Livermore Avenue, and then a green space with lawn a little further back. That plaza and Village Green would be fronted by retail on two sides on the north side as well as one side on the south. There would be one cultural facility here, and then behind that, further to the west, would be multifamily housing with the possibility of another housing project built behind the retail at some time in the future. The south side of the site would be used for parking, both surface parking at the outset and a possible future parking structure as that's required. But again, Eastside Hotel A, the two most important aspects are the boutique hotel on the east side of the street and the open space organization with the plaza and Village Green. The second alternative is Eastside Hotel B, has the same East Side Hotel as suggested by Presidio, and then a different open space organization. In this case, you have a linear open space that organizes a spine of open space circulation and greenway throughout the whole site, running from the east to the west, all along an access road that runs across the site as well. In this scheme, you do have this linear green. You have a smaller plaza that's fronted by both a residential project as well as a retail space. The retail space is both facing onto Livermore Avenue and onto the plaza. Then you have both apartment housing as well as townhouse housing, and this essentially the same allocation of parking on the southern part of the site just below the access road. So this one again typified most importantly by the boutique hotel on the east side and the linear open space along the west side organizing that part of the site. The west side has, again, two alternatives. This is the West Side Alternative A, which is largely reflecting the scheme put together by McCracken Architects. It has the hotel, and I'm going to, all of the slides, all of the schemes have both a ground level plan, which we're showing here, as well as a roof plan, and the other two schemes were easily shown with the ground plan. Let me go forward here to the roof plan, which allows you to see on this scheme that there's a hotel that does face onto Livermore Avenue, wraps around Blacksmith Square, and then takes up the portion of the land along Railroad Avenue. We did learn in our learnings that the hotel really does need to face onto Livermore Avenue to be successful, so this does have frontage here, but it also has an organizing principle of a very large town commons that extends almost the entire distance of the site and would provide a spine through the area. So you have the boutique hotel here, above a ground floor parking lot. Most of the hotel itself would be on upper floors above. You have retail and residential in this area, mostly residential to the left, and retail and residential project here. And I should point out also that in this scheme, West Side A, all of the housing is co-housing with quite small units, smaller than typically would be built, about half the size of typical units, with then some additional shared space added to it. But that creates a much greater efficiency of the housing. The overall square footage dedicated to housing is less than in the other schemes. On this site, on both of the west side sites, of course, there has to be some program on the east side of Livermore Avenue. In this case, in West Side Hotel A scheme, you have a combination of cultural facilities and some retail and restaurant, again, above a parking structure that would be on the east side of Livermore. And then the last scheme, Hotel B, has a hotel which is a little bit different. It takes up more of the frontage right along Livermore Avenue so that you really have that dominant frontage taken advantage of. It does wrap around Blacksmith Square in order to provide access from Railroad Avenue, but the hotel is more condensed in its feature, and it does not have its own internal parking as with the two east side alternatives. Users of this hotel would park probably in the I Street garage. You would then have to the west on this option, you would have a rooftop, you have multifamily residential and townhomes organized around a village green that you see at the center of the site here. On the west side, on the east side of the site, you have mixed use retail on the ground floor with office above, with surface parking behind it to serve those two-story retail and office buildings. So again, this scheme, which I'm showing here in the roof, this is the ground floor plan. This scheme is really typified by a boutique hotel facing onto Livermore Avenue in a condensed version, and then organization around a village green that's along a vehicular street. That gives you an overview of all 4 of the alternatives, and believe it or not, concludes my presentation. At this point, I want to take the opportunity to turn it back to the council. We're going to do a discussion where, at least initially, I want to ask council members for any questions you may have. I'm going to try not to answer those questions, but to ask committee members to answer those questions for you. Committee members may also have additional points that they want to make for you, and we might see about those at the end of the time we've allotted if there's additional time and any items have not come up through your questions. So, Mr. Mayor, I turn it back to you and other council members who may have questions.
Okay, well, very good. Well, thank you very much. Again, that was quick. I mean, the fastest I ever saw was I did 120 slides in 1 hour and 80 slides in 35 minutes. So well done. A lot of information. So certainly thank you for that. Questions from the council at this point? Since you sort of ran this thing, Councilmember Carling, any questions at this point?
No, I don't have any particular. The only other question I had is, can you give us a sense of what of the material you showed us today, what would be presented at any of the neighborhood meetings and so on and so forth that we're planning?
I just promised not to answer any questions, but I think
I know that, but I don't know.
Logically falls to me. The learnings slideshow, the middle of the 3 slideshows you saw, is intended to be the basis for the information that will be shared with the public. It's obviously very extensive. I went through it very quickly, and to really understand it, you need a longer time. We do plan to prepare it as an audiovisual presentation that will be available online for people to watch. We will also use it as the basis for a full presentation at the community workshops, and then we will also summarize it down into boards that people can look at if they're at a pop-up event, and we'll condense it also into handouts and other forms of more reduced information to use at some of the more abbreviated meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Councilmember Cooper?
No, virtually no questions at this point. My head is still spinning. And I just did want to say at this point, early on here, before we get too deep into it, just the amount of work performed by the steering committee through these meetings to come to these elements that compose the 4 alternatives is pretty incredible. It obviously took a lot of time, a lot of attention, and I really appreciate everybody coming to the table together and hashing it out to this point. So I'm looking forward to the time when we're able to get some real solid decisions going.
Any other questions this side of the council? I was there. Yeah, well, what anything for you to one of the main differences on the 2 slides, the West Side A plan shows a 4,000 square foot conference center, while everybody else showed a 1,500. Was that something that any hotel has proposed, or was that something that was imposed?
Well, if I could, I'd like to translate that question to ask the West Side A scheme is the one that came through McCracken Architects, and there are several committee members who worked with McCracken on that. Perhaps we could ask the question of them why they chose the 4,000 square foot facility. It is the case that the conference folks we heard from and the hotelier all agreed that 1,500 is probably about the size that the market would build. And I think it's appropriate to ask the folks who worked on that particular alternative to explain their thinking on the 4,000 square feet.
Okay. Who wants to grab that one?
Sure.
Mr. Caskey.
I'm going to give it a wing here. I think, well, when we started this, the plan from Presidio did include 4,000 square feet. I think the community group was actually interested in even more space, and Presidio offered 4,000 at the time when we, this is actually before the steering committee had convened, and we thought that that was a reasonable number. I would agree that, as we've seen, that for these hotels, the developers would choose a smaller space. And so it was assumed that some of this might have to fall to private funding as well to help support that. But the plan that Presidio shows now with only 1,500 square feet is actually a very, very recent change to the Presidio plan. So that's where that came from.
Okay, so what's the main driver for the 4,000 square feet?
I think the main driver is that there are conference facilities around the Tri-Valley, and when we heard from many people when their companies or when their groups have events, they schedule them in San Ramon or they schedule them in other places, and it seems that Livermore is handing that business off to other towns. Whether it's weddings or corporate events or other things, or certainly the lab, these are all events that can take place in a 4,000 square foot space. Not that you can't use a 1,500 square foot space, but there's more advantage to bringing more people in, and it does take some management to make that a viable business. If you bring enough people in to support a 4,000 square foot conference center and you keep that reasonably well filled, that also helps support your downtown. So it's a motivation from a couple of different directions, and both we and Presidio thought that was supported up until kind of, I guess, right at the end they bailed, but that seemed like a reasonable size.
And could I just make a procedural suggestion, particularly because the committee members have their back to the audience? Perhaps you could identify yourself
I
when you start.
apologize. Yes, my name is Jeff Caskey, and I'm here because I'm the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. It was brought in for that.
Councilmember Warner?
Yeah, I think the size of the conference room facility is interesting, and some of the stuff we heard in the key learnings that I think the audience should know is that the reason for a conference facility that we learned attached to a hotel is to drive room occupancy, and that's where you get to that size hotel, and you go beyond that and you end up, it's a money loser for the hotel. And in particular, if you think that you want that conference facility for some local events, that then takes it away from the use of the hotel for driving room occupancy. So if you make it bigger and you start using it for local events, you start hurting the economics of the hotel. So that's a very important reason why you get into this 1,500 size. And so if you want a conference facility, what you consider is you have one that's there for the hotel to support the economics of the hotel, and that's the 1,500 size. If you want one as another theater type thing or event center for the community, typically those are not people that are coming to stay in the hotel, and that you can have that if you want it, and to subsidize it by the community, you make it apart from the hotel. And so as you think about the plans here and the options, you don't have to have the conference facility attached to the hotel. And in some sense, if the community wants to subsidize a conference center for these other purposes, for local events, it may be worth thinking about it as in some other location than next to the hotel. Because frankly, I have in my career gone to a lot of hotels, and it frankly annoys me to be going to a hotel and then having it full of all these other conference attendees at times. So anyway, this conference center is one of the key drivers for a lot of the discussion, shall I say, and I think everybody needs to be really thinking about it very carefully and have the full set of what we learned.
Go back to that. There was a slide of West Side A that had this fairly elaborate, the elevated commons, and several speakers in previous meetings have talked about those. Has anybody costed those out?
We did not cost those out. This was suggested to be included as a concept in the lower right corner, but not as a fully vetted alternative. So we didn't evaluate it on any front, and we didn't cost it.
Okay, because from the top it looks fairly elaborate, but the first thing I thought it was, from looking down on them, they're interesting. But my thought is walking under those, it actually creates a series of caves and dark spaces in the middle of the downtown. So I think that would be rather foreboding to come up under this sort of cavern-looking thing as you're walking the downtown. So, okay, but that's only sort of thrown as an afterthought that hasn't really been considered?
It was just shown as a conceptual piece.
An interesting element.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Vice Mayor?
Yeah. I don't know at what point we're proposing to let the committee members speak in terms of if they have anything else that they want to add. That was one of my goals this evening. The committee members have been put through the ringer. The audience can't see this, but so far only Gene King and Dale Kay have smiled during this whole thing. Everybody else is pretty much, I think it's somewhat of a traumatic experience going through this. So I do appreciate the committee members sticking through this and helping kick this off. I mean, look at the room tonight and the interest just talking about how we're going to reach out to the public. I think we have something going here, and it shows the importance of the project. So with that said, at some point, if the committee members, if they have any burning kind of last minute before we dissolve the committee items that they want to bring up briefly. I know we've already waived the 11 o'clock rule, but that was one of my goals this evening, is just to hear directly from the committee members.
That's on the list. No, we wanted to get through the first two presentations, initial questions from the council, and now we go back to staff.
But I would ask if it's okay with the mayor. It's been our goal. I'll say to all of you, and I think you see the changes we've made both to the alternatives and to the presentation based on committee member comments. But I do think that now's the time, if there are either issues that you still see or requests that you have, any further changes that need to be made to these three items that are really the work of the committee to date. I do think now is probably the time to bring them up. If you're going to once you bring them up, I think the council will take them under advisement and work on them at the end of this meeting. But if you do have items on any of these three sets of things, I think now would be the time to talk. And I'll turn back to the mayor to recognize people. I see Rochelle there with her hand up to start with.
Okay, Rochelle.
Dale.
Ms. Nedekor, let's keep this formal.
And I'm talking about this plan or just
Any
the
part
whole
of what
thing?
I've presented.
Whatever you want. You've put up with this for a couple of months. It's now
I've been
your
putting up with
opportunity
this for
dialogue.
17 years.
Now it's your opportunity for dialogue.
That's why you're not smiling.
This is a piece of cake. No, I just, if we've got it on the screen now, I think one of the things I'm hoping commitment from the city council is that, anything that goes out to the public is actually doable. So in other words, we don't take fantasies out to our community and tell them this is something that could happen in Livermore. If it can't happen, if we have heard from experts that this is not going to be beneficial to the downtown, this will not be beneficial to the hotel, this will, hurt this, our businesses will fail, this could fail, but it's emotionally fun. We're taking something out there and setting up our community to fail. And I have a real issue with that. So I'd like to know and be sure that this particular piece will be vetted very carefully to make sure that we're not giving the false presentation that, well, the money will show up. We're going to find it. People will care. People won't mind that their hotel room is looking at railroad tracks. They don't need to look at Blacksmith Square and decide to go there or look at Uncle Hughes. They'd rather look at the railroad tracks. We need to take this piece by piece and really understand what it is we are going to take out to the community. I have a lot of concerns. I think that we had a downtown specific plan that was taking us on a correct path, and we've been doing pretty darn well with it. And we have a lot of businesses, some in this room tonight, many that are working because it's busy downtown that can't be with us tonight, that invested because they knew these things were coming. So we're kind of like all of a sudden, after they've invested their livelihood, not just their fun time, but their livelihood, we're saying we want to just change it now. And so I want us to make, I just want to be sure that for our downtown constituents, that we are going to be very careful that we don't do something to hurt them in the long run, hurt the community, being left with a big price tag that's not sustainable, and that we're going to be embarrassed later because we've worked hard to get some things to leave behind to our future generations that we're darn proud of. So that's my only concern with this one.
Okay, Ms. Kay.
Thank you. Rochelle always gets my best lines, but because I have the same concerns. But I wanted just to clarify one thing, because I think it's been confusing to the committee sometimes, and it may be confusing to the public as well. We are not taking out 4 plans to show to the workshops. Is that correct? these plans just elements of these plans, or are these plans going to be shown?
These plans will be shown at the workshops as starting points for discussion.
Okay. Then, because it wasn't our job to do a plan, so that was...
It wasn't your job to do a single plan, but it was your
okay.
job to create 4 alternatives to take to the
Then
workshops and
I would
other.
definitely reiterate again what Rochelle said, because to me it reminds me of those old private clubs. They probably still exist, where the host, usually a male, had the menu with the prices on it, and the female did not, and that is just not right. So I think that in any way, but I think that it is incumbent on us and responsible for us to have the price on both sides of the menu, because there's a lot of lovely things here that it is human instinct to say, I want that. Or that looks good. There has to be financial feasibility. And even though we were told certain costs were going to be high, we still weren't told, but it's impossible and it should not happen. And it's not responsible for us to present this as an alternative. So I think that, and the core mission of the committee also, from many of us, has said it is also incumbent on us to be looking at the future. This is not just about us now. It's about our community sustainability, because we're looking at the future and the needs of future generations.
And again, just to build.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am Dale Kay. I'm speaking for a business organization, which Innovation Tri-Valley Leadership Group.
And I'm sorry, I was Rochelle Snedeker. I'm with Livermore Downtown Inc., representing business and property owners.
I'll go ahead and do that now that I know that. Also, but remember, as we talked about earlier, that this is not about releasing a plan. That we are the plans that we've designed here are pretty much just to give people a sense of the context. But ultimately, it was to identify the most important components in the downtown, show how those relate in context to each other, but we're not picking plan A or B or C or D.
I'd like to add that I think the city's done a pretty good job. I mean, they've done, Mark and Paul and his staff, their staff have done, I think, a pretty good evaluation of the various costs. So I think you should look at that. Some things are more expensive than others, and you're right. The community, the residents need to know and understand that.
Gene King with the Friends of Livermore. I'll go ahead and take care of that.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do want to respond to that because I have been getting some comments from people from the public, and they're very much afraid that the City Council is going to come up with a plan, and they've already decided what it's going to be, and it's just going to be presented to them, and that's not it. That's why you're having all these plans. And I think if you were to say, well, no, the city can't do this, and so we're not going to have this plan or these ideas presented, they'll say, yeah, well, the city decided. So I think there probably are some things that aren't going to work out. But I think they need to be presented to the public so that the public can see and have the discussion and get the input from the staff as to whether or not they are viable or whether or not they work out. And actually, I have a comment about one of those things because there is a lot of information. 161 pages. I didn't read it all, but I read a lot of it. And so there is a lot of talk about how much everything costs to build, the capital expenses for these things, how much it costs to upkeep it, and they also was in a talk about where some money could come from if the city didn't have the cash on hand. So going to that, I wanted to make a little comment on page 146 of Appendix B. I just have a question because I'm not a financial person, okay? But they gave some very interesting, they said how much it would cost for the streets, how much it would cost for the cultural things, and so it broke it all down for all the 4 different plans, which was very interesting. If you had a lot of streets, then it cost more to build it. If you had a lot of cultural things, it had a lot. And it was a really interesting spreadsheet. But I was trying to figure out how you calculate the markup and contingencies.
What page was that?
It's page 146 of Appendix B in the original agenda.
So I
Okay.
think we're a little bit ahead of ourselves in that I haven't actually introduced the evaluation to you, but I think
Oh, I'm
it's great
sorry.
to have that question. We should just go ahead and handle it. And Sherry Sheets, who's the city engineer, is going to comment on those costs.
Well, okay. Can I just say that I don't know how to do it, and so I just took and did a ratio between how much the total cost was and how much the contingency was, and there was not a straight line ratio. You didn't just do a certain percentage. So I was just curious: are there some things that require a bigger contingency than others? Like does streets don't require very much contingency, and does cultural events require more contingency? So I was just wanted to ask that, and I was curious about that.
Well, in general, the markups include the cost that we're estimating for design, for construction, inspection, and testing, testing of materials, those kinds of things, and design reserve in the event that we don't have a very good design. We're at a real conceptual level. So it is true that normally there would be a difference depending on the type of item you're bringing forward, but at this level, the contingencies for like I Street Garage, we have a much better idea of the design of that than we do of the streets and paseos that we're planning for over on Livermore Village. So the contingencies and markups on the items that are less well designed are higher than those that we've gone forward with more detailed design on, like the I Street Garage.
Okay, because it just seemed as though the percentage of contingency on East Side A was a higher percentage than on East Side B, and so I was just curious.
We use the same formula for each item. Like the I Street Garage has a very refined formula. For streets everywhere, it's the same percentage, and for parks, it's the same percentage, and for across the board, regardless of which element you were looking at, each alternative you were looking at.
Okay,
Sherry, I don't think we should get into it
okay.
too much now,
Okay,
but
I'm just
tell me if I'm correct about this, that I believe we're looking right now at a summary table, and some of the preceding pages do have individual line items for contingencies. So if you go backwards before page 146, you can find individual tables that have the contingencies in them. No. That's that detail. So, but Sherry could probably provide that.
I can provide that for
if
you.
needed it.
Well,
how it was summed
right.
up to
I
get
just want to compliment you that there is a lot of information there about costs and about everything. It's just you may be getting some other questions from other people who really delve into this. So, okay.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just a quick comment, because this is where the conversation is going. One of the goals that I have is that we vet all projects equally. So I received emails today and a few days ago saying, you need to take out West Side A. It was advocated by a small group of people. Just take it out. Your whole process is flawed if you include West Side A in the evaluations. I don't agree with that. Like I just said, I think we need to look at all projects equally and evaluate them through the same system. I think if we exclude, we could have a fourth or a fifth option come up, or a fifth or a sixth option come up out of this project. I don't know yet. It may appear during the public input process. Who knows? But I think, we do have to start somewhere, and I think the four options are a good somewhere. But again, I think that one of the flaws that we've had in the past is if we don't look at everything equally and try to put some real numbers to some of the projects, because as we'll see in the financials, I don't think any scenario is necessarily a revenue generator for the city. Each one of these will cost us money, and it'll be funds out of the city general fund. So we need to figure out what the community support is and at what level and what they want to do with downtown. Another option that I also want to bring up is I think we need to do a really good job of educating the community on housing. I think after the recent election, there are a lot of people that are saying the second you put a housing unit in the downtown, that's it. I won't go for it. So I think, though the majority of the public, they don't realize that we spent $14 million buying the site with affordable housing funds, and that needs to be addressed somehow. So these are all questions. We're just it seems like we've been at this for a while, but I also feel like we're just starting to really address some of the issues and address it in a comprehensive manner. So,
and just to step back once again, because we heard from the public loud and clear that they did not want a plan that was presented fully baked. And yet now we've seen 4 plans up here that people are saying, okay, those are fully baked. Which one do you want? No, we're not. We're not considering any of those plans. What those are is those define those include the important elements: parking, open space, the hotel, whatever residential is included. But those are the elements. And what has been done is to create 4 schematics to see how each of those elements fit within a context of a downtown plan. But that's not the downtown plan. Those elements are going to go back out to the community, and we get more input from the community, and then ultimately we begin at that point. Once we have a lot more input from the community, then we begin to craft that plan once we have the information and the input from the city at large. And that's why this outreach is so important, is because we haven't really had that. We haven't had a broad-based input from the community. We've had workshops, yeah, we've had council meetings, but we haven't gone out to the community at large. So don't pay very much attention to these 4 drawings, because that's not it. It just shows you, okay, you got this much open space, and that's what it looks like here. And you've got a hotel that's going to go somewhere, and it's going to be about this size. So what we're looking for is, these are just suggestions for the community. We're not voting on a plan tonight. Those elements are just put there to give some sense of context. And ultimately, we're going to, with the community input, refine those elements and then ultimately create this plan based on the community input. So I keep hearing people saying, well, I like that plan or I like that plan. That's not what we're doing. We're defining the elements and then taking those elements and going out to the community and getting the community's input. Councilmember Warner.
I'd say that was the ideal we started with, but frankly, the thing that the Vice Mayor just referenced in the Livermore Citizen, both the editorial and the analysis of the email, is that we don't have that situation where we're just crafting elements and that all plans are in that spirit. We frankly have a very small group strongly advocating for one of the plans, and we have to deal with it.
Mr. Mayor, if I could point out, I'm just wanting to keep track of time. You do have another presentation from me and then one from Mr. Stewart. I might suggest that you come back to the committee as pointedly as possible and see if there are other comments on other subjects on the 3 things I've had so far, see if we can wrap those up and then move on to the other presentations.
Okay, we have Gina Bonanno from the Planning Commission.
So thank you. One quick comment, and that is we talk about the downtown. People may or may not want housing in the downtown. We're talking about 8 acres of the downtown, but the greater downtown is actually 270 acres. And so people need to be maybe a little bit more specific about whether they prefer housing not on that 8 acres or within the whole downtown. So it's just something that we sometimes don't make clear in our conversation about housing in the downtown. So the question I had is, and it's partly a comment, is we want to have greater participation than we've ever had in any previous effort along these lines for outreach. And I think that's absolutely essential. I think we want to touch people from all demographics, all geographic areas of the city, ages, underserved, different ethnic groups. So my question is, what are our metrics going to be, and how are we going to ensure we have a pretty quick process, right? We're going to go from August, September through October, maybe into November with this process. And along the way, we sort of have to know, are we doing a good job? Are our benchmarks that we get 2% of the population to participate across, how much of the overall geographic and demographic area? So I just think the process is, we have a concept of the process, but we don't have a lot of nuts and bolts yet. We really have to have a process where we check in along the way on this very quick time frame to ensure, though, that we are getting a good distribution and we are really touching all parts of the community and getting that's how we'll answer some of these questions. If we really can touch all 4 corners of the community and get some new good ideas that may affect final outcome of the plan, and also really get the full community's input to this question. So maybe there's an answer to that. It's sort of we have great intentions, but we actually have to do it, and we have to do it quickly, and we have to have some way along the way to ensure that we are getting that input. I don't know if someone wants to comment, but it's more of just encouragement to ensure that.
Well, I can probably just leave it there, but I did want to point out, because, Gina, I think you brought this up at the last steering committee meeting, that as this is a summary of the changes we made to the public engagement plan based on your last comments, and the top point here is that we did add voluntary self-reported demographic tracking so that we will be able to report the number of people who participated in each event and their demographic makeup. And we agree with you that that's very important information to have. You'll be able to know from that whether we successfully achieved this goal or not. And I sure have my fingers crossed that we do, and we will be tracking it as we move forward. So if at the end of September, if we need to correct course, because we're still not getting that participation we had hoped for, we'll have some time to correct course and do even more.
And hopefully we can get updates at council meetings as to how that's going, because I see what Commissioner Bonanno's saying is, this is a very aggressive time frame, and if we don't feel that we're at the right spot in December, then we, gather again and figure out what to do next. So, yeah, and I was referring to the 8-acre site.
I think it's interesting because when you roll these plans out, the first thing somebody's going to look at is they're going to look at the plans and say, I like that one or I like that one. Not so much going back to what we originally talked about is what are the key elements and how those fit within that context of the downtown. So it may be better to break that up and not just have 4 drawings. People are going to say, yeah, that one or that one, but instead break those elements apart so that they're forced to consider each element individually and then work on the context around it rather than just having a plan and saying, I like that one. Because I think that's where you're going to go. That's where you're going to end up, is people are going to look at a given plan and not, they're going to look at the whole plan rather than look at the elements. And we're going to get right to where we started from. It's going to be fully baked rather than having people consider each of the ingredients, each element separately. And that's really what we want.
Well, and that's a great segue to the next presentation, which is about the alternatives evaluation, and which is, in fact, topically oriented. It's topically organized for exactly that reason. And I'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to it.
Okay. I think Jeff Caskey, Historic Preservation, had a comment.
Yeah. A couple. So I was part of the planning for the Isabel project, and I have to say they brought out, I think, 3 different well-baked plans, and the public was pretty good about being smart about, I want that part and I want this part over here, and what it allowed them to do is to see how they all fit together into a community. And I think what you got out of that was a result that was no one of the 3 plans, and it was what the public was interested in, and they started from 3 complete fully baked plans. So anyway, I think that coming out with 4 plans here is a great idea. I think each one of them should be as good as it can be. I think that will help the public to start, and I certainly expect that they will then extract the elements that they find of each one and pull them together. And I have a fair amount of faith in our public that they'll figure out how to make that happen, and they're not going to let us just roll over them with any one baked plan. So let me go. There were a couple of specific items that I wanted to address in the material. Actually, I had a question, and I think you're going to talk about this next, but the document called Downtown Catalyst Sites Alternative Evaluation, I assume is what's coming up next, and that'll be another piece of the content that goes out to the public. Yep. So since this may be my opportunity to comment.
Well, no, you'll have time to comment on that after my next presentation.
All right. Okay, that's fine. Then I think so far we haven't talked, there's nothing in the material that helps the public understand anything about the phasing or timing that might be applied to this. So I think we want to take a look at where that comes in. In the evaluations of the 4 sites that we've seen, there's a judgment on the, or not a judgment, there's a measurement of the amount of green space. There's a measurement on the amount of paved space. That isn't actually the evaluation that our consultants brought to us. When the consultants came in, the consultants brought in an evaluation of core open space. And what they really talked about was that activated space in the middle. And they didn't get real wrapped up in whether there was a piece of grass there or a piece of pavement. In fact, I think if you look at 2 of the plans up here, they're pretty preliminary. There's a big green square there, and there's no pavement in front of even like the museum or in front of housing. And clearly there's going to be a difference in where the pavement goes, and that's going to completely throw the calculation of green space. But it still has, but your calculation of what the overall activated open space will be more consistent, and it gives people a better visual. When they look at that, they're not counting the spots of green, they're looking at, oh, there's this central public space that they have in the middle. In particular, I think the evaluation of East Side B, the green space is mostly private. It's surrounded for the most part by residential. So I'm not sure that you can call that core open space. I think, David, you had commented earlier that probably it could even be appropriate to put up a gate there because it's really going to be more private space than public space. In the slide set that you went through, and I understand we went through them very quickly, there was a new number for underground parking. That's very interesting. I think that that's something that would be useful information all around. We had originally started from the parking study that we were given as part of the group that underground parking was about 60% higher than structured. The evaluation we see in the slides here, and we didn't hear within the steering committee any change in that, is dramatically cheaper. It's $40,000 for a space of structured and $55,000 for a space of underground. I think there have been a lot of people who were asking for at least partial underground, and I think that calculation is something that could have changed all four of the plans. I don't think that particularly advocates for any one of them. So I think I'll save the rest, if I have the rest, for of the downtown catalyst. I guess I will say that I think that you're right. There is a very small group that's put out a plan, and I think it's okay that Presidio has their hotel in the plan, even though they're not residents, and even though they weren't part of the steering committee. I think that if the people who are advocating for that think that Presidio is appropriate, then I think that that's a good piece of the plan.
Okay, thank you. Dale Kay, Innovation Tri-Valley.
Thank you, John. I just want to respond to Council Member Carling, because I do think the staff did an excellent job of providing costs. But in my mind, cost and financial feasibility are not necessarily the same thing. And to Rochelle's point too, if it's rolled out, people may see that it's very expensive, but they may not know that it's not doable. So I guess that's where we were going, that, let's be honest with the public and not put out things there that cannot be done, that are not sustainable. Because you're right, the costs were very clear and very helpful. But if you take it out to a big public workshop, that point may not get across. So we think it's important that it does.
Manya Lane from the Commission for the Arts.
I agree with the earlier comment that for a lot of members of the public, this will be the beginning of the process. And I was hoping to see something of an introduction of what the city's vision is for where we're trying to go with this final completion of the downtown plan. I think that setting the tone for what you're expecting in terms of staying consistent with cultural trends, demographic trends, a little bit about what the growth projections are for Livermore that might affect, some of the financial aspects that people will be evaluating, just a high level of vision for where this fits into the context of where we are as a city would be very helpful.
Very good, thank you.
If that concludes the comments, I think what I would suggest is I actually just noted 5 comments, 3 from Jeff Caskey, 1 from Dale, 1 from Manya. I think we could come back to those at the council's discretion at the end as you're working through the individual items. And if those are all the comments from the committee about what I've presented so far, I would suggest we move on to my next presentation.
Let's go ahead and on to the next part.
Okay.
And we'll have plenty of time to consider any of the questions or concerns, so everybody will have an opportunity to make their comments known.
All right, so I'm now going to present the alternatives evaluation workbook, which we've put together as a tool that's intended both to allow people to understand the alternatives and how they perform, and also as a tool for people to create their own set of comments and their own thinking as they engage in the public process. And we're going to focus here on the Alternatives Evaluation Workbook, but we're also going to talk very briefly at the end about a one-page ranking worksheet that's intended for people who cannot participate through the whole workbook. I'll talk about a little bit about the purpose of the workbook, the public input process, how we'll create a preferred plan, the content of the workbook and the topics we've covered, and then I'll talk about the worksheet as well. So the purpose of the workbook is going to be to stimulate public dialogue on the range of possibilities for the downtown and to highlight opportunities and constraints. And in saying that, I want to say what it is not. It is not intended to be a ballot. It's not intended to be something that we collect and summarize and say, here's how many people thought X, Y, and Z. It's really intended as a way for individual members of the public to start thinking about these issues and then be able to come and engage either in a working group, at a pop-up event, and work with other members of the community, or to engage online with the information. But we see it as a way for people to work through the information. It's not a ballot. So what is going to happen is that people will get these workbooks, and they'll be able to fill them out either on paper at an outreach event or online. We will summarize any comments we get, but we will not be using them as a ballot. We're not going to tally them. We're not going to say X number of people said this thing. What we are going to do is just give you an overall summary of the flavor, because the intent is that these are discussions of complicated issues. It's not something as simple as a tallied vote. And it is intended, as Mayor Marchand already said, to be broken into a series of topical issues so that all members of the public can think about these issues topically and then come back and create an idea of a preferred plan. So we ask people, what do you think about open space? What do you think about housing? What do you think about retail? What do you think about a conference center? They work through each of those issues as individual issues, and that then will enable them to come back and say, well, gee, I guess if you put that all together, this is what I think in terms of preferred plan. And so we anticipate, as it says on this slide, that the preferred plan will likely either be a hybrid of the components of the previous alternatives or an entirely new alternative that emerges throughout this process. It's not going to simply be that somebody says option West Side A or East Side B was the best. It's going to be some amalgamation that comes out of a review process, and very similar to the one, it sounds like, that was done at Isabel. So the workbook is organized in two basic chapters. Chapter 1 is an introduction that does intend to provide an overview of the project, similar to what Manya just talked about. It describes the alternatives process, it defines the land uses, and it introduces the 4 land use alternatives. And so the maps of the alternatives, as shown on this slide, are all in the workbook in Chapter 1, so that people who work through the workbook can understand the alternatives as a whole. But the bulk of the workbook is in Chapter 2, which is the alternatives analysis, and that looks at a total of 9 or 10 individual items ranging from the downtown hotel, retail uses, conference center, cultural facilities, housing, open space, connectivity, traffic, parking, and finance, and gives quite a bit of background information about each of those, and then gives a place for members of the public to write their own thoughts about each of these items. And each of them is organized with 4 parts. And this is a typical page. This is the open space page. There's a guiding question that Julie tries to set the stage and say, what is the thing that we're trying to think about? Do we have an adequate supply of parking that's well located, for example, would be a guiding question. Then we have the key learnings, the learnings that I showed in the slideshow that the steering committee has already worked through, that come from our experts, and that provide guidance on this issue. And then we have an evaluation of each of the 4 alternatives that explains how the alternative responds to the learnings and responds to the guiding question, so that people can get a sense of that for each of the 4 alternatives. And then it has a place at the bottom of the page for people to write their own comments, so that they can remember their own thoughts about each of these 8 or 9 subject matters that they need to be looking at. So a person working through the workbook would address each of these individual items that are listed here, the hotel, the retail, the conference center, and so on. They would look at the guiding questions, they would look at the learnings, they would understand how the alternatives perform in regard to these learnings, and then they would write their own comments. And I want to point out that we've done the most we possibly could to make sure that this workbook is objective as possible. We've tried to avoid evaluative terms like good or bad or positive or negative. We've tried to strictly give an assessment of how the alternative performs relative to the learnings. And there are many of the items where there's not a clear-cut answer. The whole point of this, it's as much art as science, and many of these alternatives perform kind of well in this regard and kind of well in that regard, and it is a subjective issue for the reader to go through and understand how each alternative works and then to make their own evaluation and their own decision as to how they think each of these individual issues should be addressed. And so that's the way that the workbook has been structured to allow people to write their own comments on each of the items. We do recognize that it's a workbook that would probably take 15 or 20 minutes to fill out. We hope many people will come to a farmer's market or a pop-up event or a workshop and actually work through the workbook, but we're also aware that not everybody has that kind of time, and we wanted to put together another device that would allow people who have very limited time to still give feedback. And we've come up with a ranking worksheet. This is, I believe, not something you've seen before on paper, but this is a literal picture of something like what we propose. It's certainly not entirely done yet, but it gives 9 different issues, and it asks for the user, for the reader, to simply rank the importance of those. So you would apply the number 1 to one of them, the number 2 to one of them, and all the way down to number 9. 1 is the most important, 9 is the least important, and that will give us a sense as we bring the information back to you of which of these issues is most important as you go to make the decisions to synthesize and build a preferred alternative. So if we come back to you and say, well, in fact, open space is the most important thing to folks, that may be the place where you want to start in building a preferred alternative. If we say that, I don't know what, I can't believe this would be true, but parking is one of the least important issues, then you might not prioritize that as high. But that it would be intended to give you as a council a sense of which are the most important issues. We hope, again, that most people will engage in actually building a preferred alternative or evaluating the alternatives that we have, but people who don't have time for that would do this ranking exercise as well. I wanted to present this separately because it's not work that the committee has seen before. This work was all done after the committee finished the creation of the preferred of the 4 alternatives, so they haven't had a chance to look at it. In that sense, it's a very different animal. Really, Mr. Mayor, it's both I think you'll want to hear committee comments on this work as well as council comments, so we wanted to separate it. But that concludes my presentation, and you can now have your own discussion at the council level and with committee members about both the evaluation booklet as well as the ranking worksheet. Thank you.
I just hope you have a lot of really patient people out there. This is a lot of information to digest while you're picking out your produce with a glass of wine at the farmer's market. Maybe we should really focus on Thirsty Thursdays. You know? So comments from the council at this point?
Just a question real quick. When we do have, say we're showing at a farmer's market and we're going to have a table to fill these out, who will be handling will it be city staff?
It will depend on the events, but it'll be, in most cases, a combination of city staff and placework staff.
Okay. Councilmember Warner?
Yeah, I like the thought of the ranking worksheet because this is a lot of material, and how are you really going to get people to grasp everything that they need to? So I think it's a convenient tool, especially in some of these pop-up events that people might not have the time. How were the items and the order of the items on that worksheet selected?
Well, I'm hoping that the order is obvious.
Yeah. Alphabetical.
It's alphabetical.
Yeah.
And alphabetical was chosen because it's relatively random. I don't know of any ulterior motives in how the alphabet was organized. And we did want to make sure it was a random order. We wanted to be sure not to try and put something we thought important at the top. So it is my hope that most people will look at this list and realize that it's an alphabetical list and that there's no ranking intended.
So just some of the things, because alphabetic is usually random because it depends on how you call something, but name it. Is there any sense of making it a smaller list and grouping it into like items.
I think, I guess what I'd be happy to do is take comments from anyone about this before we finalize it. This is, I think it's fair to say, a pretty standardized list at this point of the subjects that the committee has been considering. You could certainly add or subtract one or two, but the idea of putting them as separate items was that I at least thought that we wanted to know which were the most important or least important among this list. And I would be worried that if we grouped them together and said, well, if for instance, just to take example, cultural facilities, hotel, and conference center were all put in one place, then if somebody ranked that high or low, you wouldn't know which part of that group they had ranked high or low. And so that's why we thought to separate them the way they are separated.
Just trying to read that last one there. The
Retail.
No, not the second to last one. The public finance. I can't read the rest of it from here. What it says.
Downtown development should be affordable for the city to construct and should minimize long-term city operating costs.
Yeah, okay.
We need a big facility.
Good point. There you go. Maybe we should do reverse alphabetical. I think Councilmember Warner and I have experienced too many alphabetical roll calls or library awards for several thousand kids, and anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, they're
anyone
fine
else?
with
Okay.
it.
All right.
The two C's over there are okay, but the W and the S,
I think it's a good list, frankly, and it's only 9.
He's in the middle, so it doesn't matter.
If it fits within two hands, it's we go over two hands. We get to 11 or 12 is too many. Nine's good.
Okay. Questions or comments from the committee? Gina Bonanno with the Planning Commission.
Just real quick, is it possible to collect data about where someone lives on this sheet? I mean, it seems to me that people's priorities will be very different depending on where they live, whether they own a home, whether they live close to downtown, whether they're, I think there's a lot of interesting data, and it might help us ensure that we're, again, getting that broad distribution of community input.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, because if somebody lives in the downtown, their perspective may be very different from somebody that lives in say, Springtown.
We can certainly add that.
Okay.
Well, I would assume that there'd be contact information on the reverse of the card for people to fill out. If you're tracking demographics, how do you track demographics if you're not asking for it?
Good point.
Or
Jeff Caskey with the Historic Preservation.
Thank you.
Can I just
I'm sorry.
Just-
Gina, follow up?
I mean, some people may not want to put their name on it, but
Right.
if they could just say, I live in North Livermore, I live in downtown, I live in South Livermore, some kind of collection of data to ensure that we're getting a broad distribution of participation and we're not getting same people over and over, or we're not getting everybody from South Livermore responding to this. I think that's an important aspect, and people might not want to give their name or address, but a few questions might give us some insight as to the breadth of the participation.
Okay, and just for the audience at home, if you could move Eric's name plate over about a foot, and then yours in the middle. There we go. Okay, didn't want. Yours a little bit farther, back over there. Okay, we're good. Okay, everybody's good. Terrific. Thank you.
She's not Eric.
I want to make sure everybody gets credit, right, for their comments. It's Jeff Caskey, Historic Preservation.
Okay, go ahead.
It's yours.
So I'll take it we're not going to go through each of the slides, and that's probably a good thing. Each of the pages of the evaluation. I've tried to read through most of it. I hadn't gotten to this one, I guess. What's interesting about the phrasing here is, for instance, I'll say cultural facilities, says the downtown development should include cultural uses, blah, blah. You go to hotel, the question is downtown development should include it, whatever. Then we get to housing, and we don't actually ask whether it should include housing. And I think that's going to be a piece of input that you're interested in. It says new housing should be of high quality and offer a variety of housing types and yada, yada. But it's a very different phrasing of the question about housing. So I think you're not going to get the information that you're looking for there. So I suggest rewording that to make it worded like the other pieces.
I was thinking, the way I read that was that, yeah, housing, on one hand, if there should be housing, but if you didn't want housing, then you'd say open space was your number one priority, and housing would be somewhere down 9.
Well,
that was the way I read
I've
it.
heard people with an opinion that there shouldn't be housing. I think it's different than whether
so
it's open space.
that would
or
be
not.
9, and open space would be 1.
Okay, but that's not on there yet.
No, but
right.
open space is there.
Okay, you understand where I'm headed?
I think so.
Okay, all right, good enough. Did go through a fair amount of the content there. I think on the hotel comparison page, by the way, I'm picking out some of the contents that I wanted to make adjustments to. I think that there's an amazing amount of work in this thing, and I want to remind the public that all of this content is available on the city's website, and they ought to take a look at it, because we are just getting a very broad brush here, and it's actually pretty cool information, and can be very important as we start to think about all the plans for downtown. You mentioned that we tried not to make value judgments in the statements. On page 86, when talking about the placement of the hotel, it talks about it and then says, which is a valuable amenity. And honestly, I think an awful lot of the amenities are valuable amenities. I'm not quite sure why that one got pointed out. In fact, I think arguably maybe that was one that was less of a valuable amenity to more people. There's also in that evaluation, there's no mention of the views, the quality of the views from the different places. There is a traffic timing model. I'd be interested in seeing what that model was based on. We didn't see any of the detailed information. We were very interested to see that the West Side Hotel was actually shown with a longer period of time at the intersection of Railroad and Livermore Avenue, and yet, I think people leaving the hotel wouldn't even go through there. They'd end up going to the west out L Street. So we'd be interested in seeing how that was developed. There is a lot of cost information in there. Can you say or where you evaluated prevailing wage requirements? Those are they make a significant difference in the overall costing, and I think you're going to find a big difference in what's viable. I think, by the way, I'm assuming some of Mayor's comments and some others had to do with the flyover that was on the West Side A, and as David said earlier, that's not part of the plan, and part of the reason, in fact, is your comments have been heard that it's not as financially viable, and so it's not in the plan. So I think that's fine. So I think that there are a lot of individual pieces that the group that was represented by the community group had worked on for from before the time of the steering committee, as well as the plan that Presidio had put together. The plan from the community group they were invited to share that plan with the steering committee. It's a plan that's got a lot of input from members of the community, as well as from some experts that the community group drew on. The one disadvantage, I think, was that once the plan was handed over to PlaceWorks and to the city applied their metrics to it, and that's very fair. So that's not a complaint at all. The city's metrics should be applied equally to all of the plans. There are a couple of adjustments in there that have to do with, because of the different number of parking spaces that the city plan required, that there should be a change in the way the parking is counted. And so I think there are a couple of adjustments that the community group would like to make to that. I think that some of the East Side plans have also been talking about getting some changes in theirs, and I think that they should also have the best plan that they can put in. I shouldn't say they. I think we should have the best East Side plan and best West Side plan that can be put out there. And so I think things like getting better service access and parking are important. So I think those are some things that we'd like to get out there, but those are the concerns. I'll go back, since I realized I addressed it in the wrong place, and just mention that the pavement, again, in the pictures that you were showing for the various different places, really, I think you need to think about the core open space. And as I say, this is probably the better place to address it, but there you I think that's
Councilmember Warner?
what I've got.
I just need to comment here. We're not talking about having the best east side plan versus the best west side plan. We're talking about having elements for outreach. I just want to point that out. And in that spirit, I agree that if we want to add better elements for consideration, that we should do that at this point. But again, we are not talking about having the best east side plan versus the best west side plan.
It's what are the key elements, and then we start refining the specifics about each element. And that's why I think one of the problems of you need to have a drawing to give you a sense of context, but the problem is people being what people do, they just focus on the whole fully baked plan, and that's not what we're talking about here. Rochelle Snedecor with Livermore Downtown Inc.
Just a couple of things as I'm looking at that, because I'm loving this. And I do have a couple of concerns, because I know through our process, because we had 3 members that were part of their own committee as a part of our steering committee, and I'm actually hearing even we want, and it was supposed to be all of us. So I'm a little bit concerned, are we going to continue to have that one plan worked on as we have the first workshop and we hear some negatives about that plan? Are they going to have the ability to come in and change it again before the next workshop? Or are we saying now is done, no more new plans going out, and everybody has to respect that? Because the other thing I'm worried about is one of the things that's happened during our steering committee meetings is that the group's plans are being brought in, not the steering committee plans, but they're being brought in, beautiful pictures done by McCracken and handed out to all of us as we're in a steering committee meeting. So are we going to be able to control that from happening at the workshops? Are we going to have them bringing their own plans and lobbying for that when we're trying to truly be steering committee? Here's what we've worked out. Because we have spent a lot of time here, and I'm really glad to see some of our younger community really getting engaged in political process, and I'm hoping this element of it is going to be respected. So do we have a plan on how to control that?
If I could interject here, that is the subject of a staff report that's coming up still, so maybe that comment could be held and you could hear Mr. Stewart's report and then take further comment on it.
Okay, very good. We'll hold that comment then. Vice Mayor?
It just... holding the comment, but I want to say that at some point there has to be a drop dead date, because we cannot revise outreach material once we start the outreach process. So, I mean, and I think Councilmember Carling may have brought up the statement before that, it's not perfect, but it's good enough at this point. I think you said that. I'm not sure. I don't want to miss.
At some point, over and over again.
At some point, yeah. So at some point, we have to have that drop dead. Things need to be published. We can't change, during the outreach process. We have to start with some set parameters, and that's what we're here for. I don't know if it's tonight is the drop dead date. I don't know if it's a week from now. Just any minor changes. I don't expect anything to be majorly revised, but that'll be a staff report. So just had to jump in there because I couldn't shut up.
Okay,
isn't that a topic for later after we hear public comment?
Oh, certainly, yeah. And I think we may have some more additional input here from Mr. Stewart.
No, I know that, but I mean, after the public comment, I think it comes back to us for deciding specifically things like that.
Right. Yes.
I just want to say one thing is that the clock is ticking, and we have to make a decision at some point, and that this endless revision gives staff a lot of grief, because to actually do the calculations of what's the comparisons takes a lot of work. So we can't keep spinning on this. I do believe that there are things that could be on the elements, they could be enhanced, and I'm okay with that, and we could do that tonight, but I don't want to spend any time past tonight.
Oh, Ms. Sepola from the Livermore Community Group.
I'm going back to the list that you had that people were going to check your quick check, and I wondered if you considered putting traffic up. You have parking, but I've heard people be very interested in traffic. And then have I turned this on? And then people talked about views too. I'm just throwing out some topics that seem to come up all the time, and I would think you'd want to take a look at that. And then not related to this, but just the topic of the conference center. A conference center, if you may or may not be in favor of it, but if you were to have it, I would think that it would bring more traffic, and there'd be more people would come. There'd be more retail, and I noticed in the evaluation that that had been provided by your consultant that they came at the figure of 20,000, not even counting the hotel. They were just looking at retail. But your figure now is apparently 20,000 or 20,500, and I would think you would want to allow more retail for all the groups to benefiting from a very active conference center, whether it's 1,500 or 4,000, and also a hotel. That it would, if you could look at that figure again.
Vice Mayor?
I would, instead of calling it traffic, I would call it circulation instead,
That's fine.
possibly.
Traffic's pejorative.
I think that there are differences between the plans and circulation. Views is very tricky because it's somewhat subjective. Some people may say that overlooking railroad and the railroad tracks is the worst view in the world. Others are calling the Bankhead Theater a brick wall that you stare at. So I do think that that's a little bit harder to poll if you don't give the full background of the information. So I would agree with like a circulation.
Well, then I think maybe traffic circulation. Because if
sounds going lower on the list.
We're getting to the point where circulation is all about stuff going through our veins, right? So I would say traffic circulation.
I think
because traffic, you think of gridlock,
right?
But then you also talk about foot traffic is a good thing because it's moving into the businesses. So
traffic circulation is further defined because traffic would just be this. This is generating more traffic no matter how you shake
so
the
traffic
stick.
circulation, we want it to move.
How do you manage it and circulate?
Yeah. Okay. Drew Felker, iGate, the switch.
I think it's important as we talk to remember what we learned throughout this process, which is there's a 6-second difference in traffic circulation no matter what the plan is. So it's kind of silly for us to spend any time on that. So let's just not talk about that anymore.
I will say that that's the reason it's not on this list. We can certainly take council direction on that and add it, but it is true that the plans perform quite similarly in terms of traffic and congestion. So it didn't necessarily seem to rise to be on this list. But we'll take your guidance on it later.
Thank you.
I'm okay with, I just wanted the topic to come out.
Jean King, Friends of Livermore.
Okay. There's something that I would like a little bit more with this. And if you say it's important to you and you put it as a number one, we don't know whether it's important to you because you want it or you don't want it. And if you put the hotel is important to you, it's because I want a hotel, or no, I don't want a hotel because I don't want to have people coming into town. So is there some way that we can say something is really important, but is there some way to say which side I'm on? I don't know. But just saying something is important to you doesn't seem quite adequate to me.
There's a slider.
Yeah, I don't know. Say it's important to me and I want a lot of open space, or I want a lot of housing, or I don't want any housing. Housing is, I think, a really big issue. And people say housing is important to them, but then we don't know maybe which side. Maybe you don't want to know. Maybe you just want to know that housing is important. But to me, I would like to qualify why that's important to me with just a yes or no. That's just my thought.
Put a little comment box on there, like right below the map, a little comment box that would say number one, and then a comment of like big hotel or no housing or something like that. Yeah, that makes sense. Don Argula, Livermore Chamber of Commerce.
Is it on? Yeah.
Yes.
Dawn Argula with the Livermore Valley Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. To Monia's earlier point about context, and I've brought this up in the earlier steering committee meetings as well. Context for this exercise is really important. Since the Downtown Specific Plan was adopted about 13 years ago or so, we've probably had a few tens of thousands of people move into this community. And I think it's part of the educational process is they need to understand the obligations and responsibilities of a city to plan for its population and job growth. And these plans are key to that. And I think they need to be front and center, and they need to be constantly in front of us I think even after we finish this exercise and, we get whatever the plan is, the final plan will be, that our general and our specific plans should remain front and center so that we're reminded as time passes that we have a blueprint for the growth of this community. And also for the downtown, it is context in that this 8-acre parcel is not it. It's a super opportunity, but there are future opportunities and future phases coming. So just keep that in mind for future planning purposes.
Great, thank you. Andrew Barker, resident from the downtown.
I have a question about the financial numbers, in particular the $14.5 million of affordable housing funds. Is that number the amount that was paid for the land around 2008 in 2008 dollars?
That was the amount of money that was paid essentially at various times when the properties were acquired. It is an acquisition cost. Essentially, in this particular case, it is being assumed that the Affordable Housing Fund is land banking, like any developer would during that period of time. So there is not an interest rate or inflator added to that number. That property owner is simply trying desperately to get through the approval process, which can be quite complicated.
So that amount does not include any interest or any land value increase?
Does not.
Can you speak to how land values in the downtown have increased in the 10 years the Affordable Housing Fund has owned that land?
It's more than what they were acquired for generally. However, in this particular case, these properties were acquired with other uses on them. There are additional costs on there. For example, sometimes there was property remediation that was also a part of those costs. So from that perspective, I'm not sure a developer would have literally assembled each of these pieces of property with the end product of actually trying to develop a project. This was done when we had a redevelopment agency, and the assumption actually was that the redevelopment agency was going to invest, or another way of saying, lose money on the project. The redevelopment agency does not exist anymore, so now what's ultimately on the hook is the general fund.
It just seems a little odd to me that the Affordable Housing Fund has essentially been loaning money to the city to provide free parking for 10 years without any rent or interest or anything. It seems it doesn't seem right.
All right. Any other comments from the committee or from the council? Questions? Okay. On to Mr. Stewart.
Good evening, Mayor. You have a clicker, don't you? Thank you. Members of the council. So at your first meeting in July, you asked us staff to return with 3 matters for initiated. Those are a draft set of outreach principles or assurances, rules for engaging the public during the outreach process, and then a discussion of the tools that one could use to limit development. Shown on the screen, and they're in your packet, are a draft set of outreach principles that are really... Oh, I clicked too far ahead, sorry. So these are outreach principles that, again, are really assurances for the future development of the Catalyst sites. They're based upon steering committee's key learnings and would serve as parameters that would be reflected in the future development of the sites. Now on the screen are a draft set of, or a draft rules for engaging the public in order to encourage outreach, clarify and identify sources of outreach materials, and to discourage advocacy for a particular outcome. And again, I'm going to go through these real quick. We can come back to them. I'm just going to go through them quickly. I'm not going to read them because they are in your packet. And then regarding the tools for limiting development, there are 5 of those that we summarize in your staff report. They all have varying degrees of certainty and flexibility with them. First is the downtown specific plan amendment. And the specific plan already includes a number of development and performance standards that could be adjusted to provide very specific regulations to apply to these sites and to guide development over time. Specific plan amendment does require public hearings and would go to the Planning Commission and the Council for a final decision. An initiative is, if approved by voters, offers regulatory stability by requiring any regulatory changes to be approved by a vote of the electorate. Given its permanency, there are challenges with flexibility with this tool. In terms of implementing more detailed or fine-grained development standards and performance standards, it's not typically a tool used for that. So if an initiative were chosen, it would need to include flexibility and tailoring to meet the community's expectations. Moratorium, third on the list there, is another option for controlling growth. It is, by its definition, temporary. That's typically based on some sort of declaration of emergency or deficiency that needs to be overcome, at which point permits would be issued again. A development agreement is essentially a contract between the city and a builder that can be used to ensure that any features of a project can be locked in over time. It's a long-term agreement. It can be especially helpful to provide certainty if a project's likely to be developed over a long period of time. And then finally, an easement. The city owns the two sites and could grant an open space easement to another entity that would preclude the city from later deciding to use the open space area for another purpose. They can be permanent or for a limited duration. The city would not be able to hold an easement over its own property, so it would be a third party that would hold that easement, and it would depend on the type of easement as to which entity would be best to hold that. So those are a list of the tools. They can be used individually, sequentially, or together to provide the desired stability or flexibility over time. And then finally, and just in conclusion, these are the items that we're seeking your direction on. They would be to receive and accept the key learnings that David reviewed, along with the public engagement plan, direct staff and PlaceWorks to commence with outreach according to the schedule and contents in that engagement plan, and then provide direction on those principles or assurances of outreach, the rules for engaging the public, tools for limiting development, and then also the expiration of the steering committee, which is currently scheduled to occur on August 8th, because they would not expire at 12:01 this evening. They would continue until the meeting's adjourned. So again, some committee members have expressed a desire to look at outreach feedback as it comes back and before it's reported to the council. So if council wants to provide direction on that, you would need to do that tonight. We would return at a subsequent meeting with the amended rules of procedures and those related documents. That concludes that part of our presentation. Happy to answer questions.
Question from the council? Councilmember Warner?
When do we want to go through? I mean, I have some suggested edits to the outreach principles and things like that. When is in the council meeting, we'll go through that? Is that it?
Yeah, I think it would be most appropriate at the conclusion after public outreach, or excuse me, after public comment and after outreach, to have that direction to us.
Okay, because I've got several thoughts here. So I'll hold it until the council meeting part.
Okay, all right, very good then. From the steering committee. Rochelle Snitticor from Livermore Downtown, Inc.
I'm probably being redundant because I am really concerned about respect of the process. And I know that you're saying on there that it's going to be focused on these plans. And I'm wondering if we could get a commitment from Gene and Jeff and Joan to say that they will respect this and not be handing out anything other than what's on this program that we've all worked with. If we can get that commitment, I would feel much better.
Wait, folks. Remember, if you agree with something, just raise your hands. We don't applaud. We don't want to. We don't want anybody to feel self-conscious about making comments. So please, if you agree with someone's speaker, just raise your hand. So thank you very much. Okay, thank you. We got it. Very good. Other comments from Mr. Petro from Livermore Rising.
Yeah, I'd like to just second that, but take it a step further and say that we all should respect it as a steering committee and see if we could put anything in, propose that we, as a steering committee, refrain from any outreach and lobbying once we begin the public outreach process. We've done our job. We had our input. We should now leave it up to you guys and the public to take it from there.
Thank you, Mr. Petro. Dale Kay, Innovation Tri-Valley. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Jeff Caskey, Historic Preservation.
I'm curious. I thought that one of the purposes here was that the groups were going to be part of outreach and we're going to be engaging. I mean, is Livermore Downtown Inc. not going to say anything about the downtown process? I would certainly expect that you would, and I hope that the other groups also outreach as well. I'm a little concerned about where this is headed. Who are we muzzling?
No, excuse me. I don't believe we're muzzling anybody. I think the issue here is that we all agree on what the materials are, and that what we are looking for is outreach to the community, not advocacy. So what we want to do is we want to all have the same materials. So we don't want to have other materials brought in during an outreach program. We're all going to agree to what the outreach materials are, as I understand it, and that there's going to be no additional materials brought in after we agree on what those materials are going to be. And that what we want is we want genuine community input. We don't want to have, because we all agreed to come together and work on this, and just what a tremendous amount of work this has been. And I certainly appreciate that. So once we agree on what those materials are, once we agree on what the elements, the key elements for the downtown, what the key components are, not necessarily how they're laid out, but what the important elements are, some of the basic facts behind those, the massing, the cost, those sorts of things, that we all agree to that. And then we go out with that information, with the facts to the community. And then what we want is we want to get the input from the community on that outreach. Is that kind of where I think we're going on this? Okay. So we don't want to go out there and say, hey, you know what? I really like this plan. What do you think about it? What we want, what the whole purpose of this exercise was to identify the elements and then get input from the community so we get a strong sense, because we've seen what's happened in the past when other materials are brought in that were not part of the original discussion, and it derailed the whole process. So we want to make sure that we all agree on what these materials are going to be, and that we have a genuine outreach and not advocacy for a particular position.
So, John,
Councilmember Warner.
I think that is what we should do, but I don't think we actually have agreement from everybody that that's what we will do.
Can I settle for consensus then?
Well, what I'm saying is, it's a serious question. Yeah. Because what we have already published on websites are alternative facts from what we've heard from the experts. We've seen it. It's happening. And I think it was a straight-up question, will the people on the steering committee let the outreach process happen without advocacy? And I don't think we have that everyone was willing to sign up for that. But I don't know. I would like it, but I'm not sure. And
certainly
I'd like
my hope. Certainly our hope. Rochelle Snedecor,
just real
Livermore
quickly,
Downtown Inc.
The Livermore Citizen did get hold of emails through public, request, and it was quoted that Rochelle Snedecor had a plan to Phil Wente to get him to support the plan that his organization wanted, and that was never the case. I have no pretty pictures from anybody that's drawn our plan. We want this, so I'll make the first commitment if we can get followed up. Livermore Downtown commits right now that we will respect this process. We're excited about it. We'll be your biggest cheerleader of getting people to these workshops, get people out to our events, being able to look at your information. We will support and be excited about hearing the input, and we will not be trying to sway through our websites, through our emails, or any other forum, trying to sway, approve, any kind of opinion. We're here to support what the City Council is going to do that is best for the city of Livermore.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Then I'll just agree with Rochelle that Innovation Tribal will do this.
Okay, Joan Sepulveda, Livermore Community Group.
I just want to say two things. I attended Rochelle's recent meeting where she discussed all the plans. And if you were completely objective, you would say that that the discussion was slanted towards a particular conclusion. Now, Rochelle might not agree, but the problem is when you get involved with free speech issues, one person's absolutely factual statement is somebody else's alternative fact, and it's very difficult to agree on what is really just fair. And so I think that's one thing. The other thing is there are some aspects of and these could be straightened out, but there are some evaluations that at this point don't seem to be as objective as they might be. And I'm sure they can be straightened out. But if there were factual errors, that it would be normal for people to want to point them out.
I just want to make sure that we don't end up generating a whole new set of plans and diagrams as this process begins to move forward. That what we agree on, that what we've seen throughout the course of the discussion tonight, and unless we as a group modify them, that those are going to be the components to go out to the community, and nothing new is going to be created as we go through this process, so that we all agree what the facts are tonight, and that we don't start generating new materials that have not been vetted by the council or by the steering committee. Jeff Caskey, Historic Preservation.
Sorry, thank you. I guess I'm going to be impressed if the wine growers are, for the next 6 months, are not going to come out and say the word East Side again. I'm not sure that that's really the result that they want, or if you have the right to do that in a free speech community. I think that the materials that what we're looking to do here tonight is to put out a set of materials that we all believe represent a good plan. It's I'm not here representing the community group. I'm a member thereof.
The elements of a good plan.
All have elements of a good plan and are well put together. And it's the goal to come out with material that will be the same material that goes to all of the community. And we hope that each of the plans shows elements that people like and that people don't like, and they put it together and they create a plan that they then bring back through PlaceWorks to the community. So I'm looking forward to that. We're looking forward. I'm looking forward to seeing a set of plans go out from the steering committee that we all say, yes, the steering committee set this stuff out, gave it to the council. The council looked at it, said, yep, this goes out to the public, and we're done making those changes. I'm not sure, though, if you also want to go and restrict the free speech of every member of every group on your steering committee. I think that may be pushing things a little far.
I think that if if we have a workshop at the, so if PlaceWorks and the city conducts a community outreach at the farmers market, can we be assured that the only materials that will be presented at that workshop or at that outreach will be the materials that are coming from the city and from PlaceWorks?
I can't speak for all the groups here. Certainly, I'm assuming that from the community group that would be all, but I don't know what other people are going to bring. Sure.
Well, no, but I'm saying, but there have been workshops in the past where there were elements brought in that were not brought in by the groups that had been agreed to conduct the outreach. So I want to make sure that we agree on the materials and that as we go through this outreach program, that no other materials are going to be brought in while the city and PlaceWorks and these groups are conducting it. I'm not going to restrict anyone's free speech to say whatever they want, but I want to make sure that as we go through all of these rules of engagement, that during these periods of engagement and periods of outreach, that we agree upon what the materials are and no new materials be brought in.
So I believe that PlaceWorks and city staff are going to be conducting these outreaches, and I expect that they will present the same material each time that we agree to when we get done with this process here. And that's certainly our expectation, and I hope that that's what we're looking for. I don't know. Yeah.
Mr. Felker, iGate from the Switch. Drew Felker.
Is this still on? Okay, so I think what the mayor is trying to say is, for example, during one of the meetings, a bunch of the McCracken plans were put out as if they were city material, so that when people walked in, they'd pick it up. If someone is standing, the commitment that I would like from the other members of the group is to not stand in front of a PlaceWorks meeting and hand out sheets that look like city material and people will purposefully interpret as city material. Do we have the commitment from everyone on this panel to not stand out in front of the meetings and hand out fake paper? I don't see all the hands, so it looks like some people will be doing that.
Okay, Joe, Vice Mayor had a comment. I'll give you first shot at that.
Yeah, I think we're venturing into a very murky pond here, with requirements and free speech, whatever you want to call it. I would ask people to respect the process, and we agree on a certain data set, a certain set of reports that will go out and be commented on. I have a problem with requiring or asking people to swear not to do something when I look at the rules and I think, what's the penalty for violating any of those rules? When you have a rule, you have some teeth behind it. What do you do if somebody decides, even if they commit today and they say, I will not do it, and they go ahead and do it? What's the penalty? I don't know. I mean, publicly shaming somebody, but I would hope that people, because I've said this before to many groups, I think what happened the last time when we had the Lennar plan out there and then when we had an alternate plan out there, it confused the living daylights out of people. And, we had circulars being circulated with one plan, and then we had another plan being displayed in a window downtown saying this is the city's plan, basically. So there was a lot of confusion when Lennar was a proposal, but it wasn't our plan. So what I would hope for in this next process is that nothing else be distributed, that we just go with what we are talking about tonight, what with the community group developed, and we see what the community input is in terms of that information. But again, with the rules for engaging the public, I don't know what the consequences would be for violating the rule. I don't know if anybody else has thought of that, or what do you do? We're just getting into a very, and I could see the city attorney possibly twitching a little bit over there, but I just don't know what you do. So I would respectfully ask people to respect the process that has been developed over the last 6 months. We need to decide on a reality at this point, which is whatever data that we have now, and take it for what it's worth and go out and get some public input.
To honor the process, as it were. Yeah, I agree.
Follow through with the process at this point, but.
Joan Sepala, Livermore Community Group.
I'd like to go back to a topic that Bob Carling mentioned at the beginning, and that is, will there be another point at which plans are to be finalized? And the reason I'm asking that is I felt that there was, and I think the city was under a lot of pressure to get a lot done very fast. But for instance, the financial analysis didn't give, the traffic analysis didn't give the criteria. We don't know on what basis you arrived at the conclusions you did. And the plans were based on things that had said before. So if there were a period of time when you could make, whether it's a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever you set, where you could allow people to adjust to the facts, to the criteria that are actually finalized now, that would make a big difference, and it would be much easier to say, we're done. But if the criteria weren't known and they feel unfair, then there are, of course, temptations to say why they're unfair.
Well, we did mention a particular drop dead date. If that's tonight, if that's, what does staff, I mean, when do you think that is the last possible moment for any minor changes or clarifications? I'm not talking entirely new plans that people, and again, I'd be shocked if any of these plans go through as is without any changes. Again, these are elements, these are discussion points that we're just starting. What would be the absolute drop dead date that you need to produce materials, that you need any changes?
So if we could get the council to give final direction on what the breadth of those changes are, we would hope to get changes made and any tweaks to analysis done within the next few weeks, and then begin outreach. So I would say within another week, if we could have those changes finalized, a week or two after that, we would have our final evaluations completed, and then we'd be out to outreach. Mark,
It generally takes at least 2 weeks to run the model because they're sequential. Once you change this, you change that, and you move all the way through the process. So from that perspective, that if you could give an idea of essentially your direction as to what changes are to be considered, those could be incorporated in the next few days, and then it takes about 2 weeks to basically get to the point where you see where we are tonight with the existing one.
I would like to remind everybody that at one of the committee meetings that we had back in July, I think it was, we agreed that we'd allow one more change to West Side A, and that was it. So I'm fine with the way the plans are today without any more changes. I think we've asked the staff to be pretty flexible and accepting a lot of changes and a lot of nuanced things, and I think they're good enough.
It takes some time as a member of the finance subcommittee. It takes some time to get those numbers to us too when a new concept is presented, to make sure that you have every new square foot accounted for somehow, some way, that where we can make sense of it when the time comes, and that's important. So whether a drop dead date is tonight or now a week from now, I would go a week at the most, quite honestly. But
let me be clear. We as a committee decided that we'd have one more change, and that was for Gene King to provide it, I think, on July 31st or whatever that date was. I'm a little fuzzy on that. And that was it. And that, as a committee, we decided that was it. And so I'm not sure I understand what the discussion is about any more changes and tweaks here and there on any of them.
So the committee agreed.
The committee agreed. We would allow, there was a lot of opposition, a lot of pushback even for that. But we as a committee agreed that we'd allow one more change.
Then I would go support the committee's decision.
Mr. Mayor, if I could I'd love to interject both the process thing and give you one other item of information. Process-wise, I just want to remind you that this question of the rules for engagement is one of 7 or so items that you will come back to after public comment. Mm-hmm. You're having a robust discussion now, but I just want to remind you that you don't need to make a decision on that right now. I think you'll want to wait for public comment and then come back and take it in order as one of the 7 items. But I would also add, in addition to the comments that have been made so far, I want to remind everyone that, and Gene in particular, having heard your comment, it is a sequential process. So what I heard from Gene is that it would be great now to be able to revise the numbers based on the analysis that's been done. You can certainly allow that if you want. I understand some of you may want to, some of you may not. But after the numbers, after the 4 alternatives are changed, we have to do the new analysis, and we can't change them again after that. So at some point, you do have to say, this is the last set of changes, then we'll do the analysis, and then we'll be done. And it is still possible that someone may look at that final analysis and say, gee, I sure wish I could change it again, because
when does it stop?
And so at some point, it has to stop. And I think you have to decide tonight. Really, I think you have 2 choices. You either stop it now because they are good enough, as some of you have said, or you give one more chance and then stop it. But I think those are really the only two options. And it is a less than perfect process because you will then still have 4 alternatives that you could have tweaked further. But I would remind you that whether you stop it now or after one more round, it's not the end. You are going to later create a single final plan that you will fine-tune as much as possible to get as perfect as possible, and that's going to happen 2 or 3 months from now. It's not going to happen right away, and for that reason, in a way, it doesn't matter whether you stop now or after another one more round, because these are not the final 4 alternatives. These are a progress point to get to a public discussion to then get to a preferred alternative later.
One of the things to keep in mind is the point of the alternatives is to show extremely subtle differences. For example, one of the alternatives has slightly more retail and slightly more conference space. Those drive peak hour trips. Those basically impact your intersections. And you can see that difference is quite subtle. In other words, so subtle that if you were not a traffic engineer out there with traffic counts, you couldn't tell. But you can see, all right, if I add a little more retail, that's what happens. Those key intersections get impacted because they hit right on your peak hour. If you add a few more houses, it doesn't, because essentially those don't hit that peak hour. Their peaks are slightly different. So that's one example. Another piece is when you put slightly more open space, it costs more. It's math. And so people then can give you feedback if the alternatives are slightly different than each other. Our assumption ultimately is that all of them will be fine-tuned to essentially deal with traffic the most efficient way, to balance the difference between those two things. People want a little more retail, but they're worried about traffic. You guys get to make those decisions by hearing what people's feedback on the plans. As the plans start to homogenize, and some of your plans are now starting to look a lot like the other plans, you don't get to illustrate some of those points. So that is maybe one reason to at least leave some features of some of the plans a little bit different, because as they all sort of solve and get down to, so you have exactly the same number of housing units, the exact number of square feet of retail, the exact number of square feet of open space, you don't quite get the breadth of feedback that you might want.
And I don't know if it was in the staff report or not, I may have glossed over it, but I wasn't aware of any last-minute change deadline, among the committee. So thank you for that history.
Well, I think also what
you didn't participate.
Right. No, I know. That's why I'm thanking you for that.
Well, that's why we're having this meeting tonight with all of us, right?
Exactly.
You were the one that wanted this meeting. Right?
Sure. Yeah.
So
exactly.
So what I'm seeing here is that there is some interest in fine-tuning some of the individual components and individual elements. And at the risk of repeating myself, what we were here to do tonight, or what the committee was doing in your tremendous labors over the last couple of months, was to identify what the key elements were. And then ultimately what we're going to do is go to the community outreach to fine-tune those elements. Well, unless somebody is going to be changing the elements, I don't think anybody's talking about bringing in a zoo or a water park or anything. No, we got one of those next door. So I don't think anybody's going to change the elements. I think those are pretty much locked in stone, but there may be some fine-tuning around the elements. And that's what the outreach is all about. It's all about fine-tuning those elements. So I think from my perspective and from Councilmember Carling's perspective, we're done with the tweaking and fine-tuning of the elements because we've identified what they are. Now is the time to start the public outreach to go out there and have the public fine-tune that for us. And that's why we're not looking at one plan. It's just the context within the plan. But we got the key elements, and now's the time to get the public input to find out what the public wants.
And Honorable Mayor, at this point, your staff and consultant team have completed our presentations to you. Next up on your agenda is the public comment period. You may wish to take a quick break before you start that. But essentially that's next, and then ultimately the item will return to you all for discussion and direction on the items before you this evening.
Okay. Any last comments before we take a quick break? Okay, great. Let's get back here at 20 minutes till 8:20.
We're running ahead.
8:40, I'm sorry, 8:40.
We're running ahead.
Okay, good evening, everybody, and welcome to part 2 of the August 7th joint meeting of the Livermore City Council and the Downtown Steering Committee. We just got through the fantastic presentation outlining some tremendous work that had been by staff and had been sorted through and finalized by the steering committee. And again, my deep gratitude for all of you taking time away from your regular lives and being completely immersed in more than you ever wanted to know about a downtown. So tonight we're here to finalize the elements and to finalize the outreach materials. We just recently came off of a discussion on what constitutes a final plan, and so at the risk of running off the rails here, let me just ask, Ms. King. So we're trying to finalize all of the plans that are going to be going out tonight. You had articulated there may be just some very minor. So what is it that you would like to change, and are you prepared to finalize those plans tonight?
If we actually have, is it on? We actually have. When we saw the agenda which came up on Friday, late, and we looked at it, and we said there were some assumptions that we had made that were not right by the consultants and everything. And so we looked at the plans and we said, well, and it had to do with the traffic and some things like that and parking things to that, which were mistakes. And so we did do a new plan that has the changes that would adjust to those things which we found out about when the things came out. And so we have the plans here, which we can give to the city staff with the changes that we have. We will submit them to you tonight. If you can make those changes into it, that's it. We swear we will never make any more changes. We will not bring.
You will honor the process.
We will definitely honor the process. We will not bring in any different materials to any of the meetings, and that's it.
But so it was based on the materials that went out with the staff report
On Friday.
which because there was so much material, the staff report did go out later than we typically prefer it to. But
Right.
based on that,
yes,
this would be the last changes.
That's right.
And
Can
they
you
are
give me an
available tonight.
example of what you're talking about?
One of the things was let's see, maybe I'll let Jeff talk about these things. Let Jeff talk.
Let Jeff talk about that. That's fine. Yeah. They changed. Among the things that changed were the parking counts for the types of housing. So live work is 2 spaces, and the small housing is 1.1 instead of 1. There were a couple of other pieces, I forget whatever, a couple of other things that ended up with our parking count being in the negative. And, looked at that and said, well, there's a way to adjust for that. Let's move some space around and bring in better parking. So that's actually probably one of the more notable ones. I think outside of that, there'd been comments throughout, and it additionally got rated down in the evaluation that came out in this last packet, that the retail didn't have a road going past that, and so it seemed like that was something that could be done and bring a road through. I think the traffic evaluation, we haven't seen the traffic model, but the traffic evaluation did show that the community group's plan actually had a longer wait, and admittedly it wasn't a lot longer wait, but had a longer wait, and we weren't trying to make the public wait longer. That wasn't the goal. And so a little look at the map, and it looked like there was a way to mitigate that. And so by making the exit from a garage go left instead of right, or left as well as right, the guess is that that's been mitigated. Again, we don't have the model, but that's the sort of thing. So those are the kinds of things that are changed, and I think that those are, again, we fully expect all of the plans will get modified. I don't have a problem with that. That's what I'm here for. That's really the goal of this thing, is to get these plans into the public's hands. I think that, and we go out with the message that these are imperfect plans. They have to be imperfect because we're not going to build them. We're going to build something else. But I think that we have, we want the public to look at each of the plans and say, well, that's a good start. That's something, I don't want to have people put a big red X over one plan and say, well, clearly that's not going to fly because I can't drive a truck up to the back of Sost and deliver the food there. So clearly that whole East Side Hotel thing isn't going to work. I think they're going to fix that, and I think that there are other things that. So in the community group plan, I think that that's something that should be tuned up. And again, I think besides the plans, I mean, all the comments. I mean, the reason we're here tonight is because we've just got a chance on Friday to see both the maps and the content, the evaluations, the gradings, the ratings, and the comments that I've made, at least up until this point, were based on those reactions. I think the purpose of this meeting was to collect that information and to bring it to you, the council, and say, here's what we think are the modifications that make sense, and hope that we can get this out.
Okay. And
long answer, I apologize.
And what we're here tonight is to ultimately finalize what's going to go out to the public for the outreach.
Yep. In all the respects, whether it's the maps or the content, all the rest.
Okay. Well, does anybody else have any other plans? Any changes?
So I have a suggestion.
Councilmember Warner?
Early on, PlaceWorks pointed out that we didn't have enough options on the east side and had suggested putting parking there. I believe underneath the pool or something at one point is the design I saw. So I suggest that we, on the east options, we include one with parking underneath as a consideration.
So you're saying
so I would just say East A and show it with the option there with parking underneath the hotel, and then there's as Jeff just mentioned, Presidio has modified the footprint a little bit to take care of the some of the garbage collection stuff and which has to be taken care of. So I would suggest East A reflect the latest Presidio drawings and putting parking underneath the hotel.
And garbage is Madden's concern.
Right. Well, it's everybody's concern, right? I mean,
but that's
a big one. We went for that tour and you walk by over there and you can smell it. So we got to deal with the garbage problem.
Okay. To staff, what does that look like? Your perspective.
So as far as we understand, we're getting a final plan on West Alternative A that makes some relatively modest changes to it. We're getting a change to East A that puts parking underneath and does a minor change to the footprint. Is that the total collection of changes?
So are those doable? Is that going to be something?
Those are doable. We will have to turn the crank again on the analysis, but that is doable.
And within what
if
time
we
frame?
finalize those at this point.
I would just want to add one more item or one caveat, particularly for Mr. Kaskin and Ms. King, that I'm not sure your assumption about why the traffic is the way it is correct. My understanding is that the traffic is mostly higher in West Side A because it has more retail and more conference. And I think that trip generation is probably going to distribute out to the network in the same way, regardless of which way you make a certain parking garage. So I'm happy to make the changes, but as I said before the break, I want to be very clear. We can't promise you that making those changes is going to have your desired outcome, and I don't think we can make a second round of changes to try and get to your desired outcome. So as long as everyone's clear about that, I'm happy to do it as well.
Okay, so is that, from staff's perspective, is that representing is that something that's doable? Mm-hmm. Okay, within a reasonable time frame?
Yes, and if you incorporate that in your final action to us tonight, we'll be off on our way.
Okay. Joan Sepula?
I just want to make sure frankly, it was a very difficult weekend and we can't remember everything, but there were a few other things.
If you have the plans that you
but we have the plans,
tonight,
just so you are going to hold us to the description of them.
We won't hold you to the only ones, yeah.
All right.
But if you can deliver those plans tonight, and if you've got some representation, okay, that's good.
I think we're clear enough verbally on what Councilmember Warner said. I don't know that we need a drawing given us tonight.
Okay, so That's why you do what you do, and I don't. Okay, Mr. Parker, okay. Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing in a few moments, but we're done. So this is no more iterations or changes at this point? Okay, we're locked in. Again, what a tremendous job the community, the downtown steering committee has done. So I want to say thank you very much.
And just to be clear, I'm sorry to interrupt, but once we've heard public comment, and I say this for the council and the public, we'll come back and go through all the 7 or 8 items and get your formal guidance on each of them, including the very preliminary decision you just made.
Right. Okay. What's really interesting is I think that we can all agree that we want the same things. We want a vibrant, successful downtown that everyone can enjoy. It's easy. One that has sufficient parking, a hotel, and a community gathering space. We all want a downtown that celebrates the arts, our community, and our heritage. And at this point, we may not agree on all the specifics of those amenities, but that is what the community outreach is for. The steering committee has identified the key elements, and it is now up to to determine what the community wants, what the community is willing to pay for, and how to ensure that our downtown and that our city remain sustainable. As was mentioned in the staff report, the purpose of the outreach program is to solicit input from a greater range of community members than in previous efforts. And I think we saw a tremendous effort outlined here to find out what it is the community wants, what the community is willing to pay for, and how all of that comes together. I'm a chemist. I'm not an expert when it comes to where a hotel will be successful or how the traffic will best be mitigated or the impacts of any residential development. Over the past few months, the committee has heard volumes and heard from the experts on all those issues. And the council is looking for comments on the outreach plan because now is the time to hear from the community. So with that, I got a stack of cards here. I'm not afraid to use them. So, okay, I don't want to limit because I realize this is very important. So I'm going to ask the people keep their comments to 3 minutes or less. And I don't want somebody to say, well, I'm going to take Bob's time back here, or I'm going to take, let's get it 3 minutes. And I would like you to use that time. If you have a letter from somebody else, you're more than welcome to read the letter, but then don't have 3 minutes of their letter and then 3 minutes of your time. So we got 3 minutes per person, and no time trading. And if you really like what somebody said, raise your hand. I don't allow booing, and therefore because I don't want to intimidate the speakers, so I don't have applause either, just to grant equal time. If you really like what somebody said, just say, hey, you know what? What George said, sign me up. So you don't need to go through all of it over again. Although we certainly don't want to limit comment. We want to keep comment focused on the community outreach. Again, we're not advocating for a plan. We're advocating on the outreach program to find out what the community really does want. So with that, I got Bob Alley, Evan Branning, and Dan Rosenberg. Mr. Alley. Oh, very clever.
Evening.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah, actually, it's kind of interesting. Back in June, I did a survey on Nextdoor and asked the pointed question, do the residents in Livermore want residential in the downtown? And the result of that poll was 88% of the respondents said no. And so I think one of the recommendations I would have for you is ask the pointed question, do you want residential in the downtown? And get it answered specifically, because the poll that I did said they don't want it. Okay, so that's my comment.
All right.
The other thing was just an observation. You have 4 plans, but they're not plans. I think that's really confusing. And I think to do an outreach, you got to minimize the confusion. And so anything that you can window it down to something asked and answered is of a lot of value that you can also evaluate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alley. Evan Branning, Dan Rosenberg, Ian O'Leary.
Good evening. I'd have 2 quick comments. First, I'd like to say to the council and to the committee that I recommend tonight that you please vote on the plans as is to move them forward. As you said, tonight is not about trying to finalize a plan and trying to have a perfect solution. This is about trying to finalize the outreach. Going back to committee will only delay it further, give less time to talk to the citizens at large, and less time to get a perfect plan at the end. It does not need an extra week or 2 weeks to get a road put in or parking moved. People will be able to comment on that. My second comment is about the plan and the outreach, which is currently in Livermore. It's very easy to bike around the city. It's easy to get around on bicycle. However, in downtown currently, it's very difficult to travel by bike. And I would ask that while the citizens' comments are being taken, that bike transportation inside the new plan is taken into consideration. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Branning. And we've got a cycling committee that's working on that, Cycling and Trails Committee. So, very good. Dan Rosenberg, Ian O'Leary, David Kent.
Thank you, Mayor. Dan Rosenberg, Dante Robert Vineyards. I own a winery in South Livermore. Been a resident of Livermore about 14 years. Very proud of what Livermore's done. Our downtown is, I think, the envy of most small towns in the Bay Area. What I'd like to see now is a final part of that put together, hotel put in. I'd like to see people come in and spend the weekend in Livermore, not just be a day trip. I think it brings in revenue for the city, for the shops, for the restaurants, for the wineries. This project's been going on for, what, 9 years?
Just seems longer.
I think it's time we make a decision. Okay, right here's comments tonight about how we're going to start the project, like over right now. I don't quite get that as a business owner, and I think it's time to make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg. Ian O'Leary, David Kent, Darcy Kent.
No Kents this evening. Good evening. My name is Ian O'Leary. I sit on the board of the Livermore Valley Wine Growers Association, and I'm the co-owner of Spirited Packaging, a purveyor of high-quality glass and packaging to the wine and olive oil producers throughout California.
What a great name.
Thank you. Thank you for making time to hear from stakeholders like myself when making decisions that impact us all, particularly decisions that impact the Livermore Valley wine industry, which has been, remains, an integral economic component of this city. I travel and spend time in wine regions all throughout California, Santa Barbara to Paso Robles to Sierra Foothills, and of course Napa and Sonoma. Unfortunately, Livermore Valley is one of the few regions that doesn't have an iconic hotel in the heart of the community where business people and visitors can stay. Livermore, and I'm speaking of both the wine region and the city and all the families that directly and indirectly rely on the vitality, will reap considerable economic benefits when Livermore transforms itself from a day trip outing to a destination. The keystone of this transformation is the building of an iconic and feasible downtown hotel. As a Livermore Valley Wine Grower Association board member and a local small business owner, I join the hundreds of other stakeholders and their families in supporting the vibrant wine region in the city with the common sense addition of the downtown hotel. I ask that we recognize and embrace the interaction between the downtown and the wine growers. I see it on your seal, that wonderful cluster of grapes is a perfect example of what makes Livermore unique. Let's not lose that. As far as the elements go, clearly a balance with the hotel, the open space, the new Central Park, multi-use pavilion, those are all key elements. And I want you to know that I and we stand in support of the process that you're going through. We do encourage and ask that the council take these and conduct these workshops in a timely manner and make a decision before the end of the year and break ground on a new hotel in 2018. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. David Kent, Darcy Kent, Amanda Kent.
Is that coincidence? We came in
You all
together.
arrived at the same time.
Thanks. I've been, I know many of you, I've been connected to the Livermore wine growing business, performing arts, conservation communities for the past 20 years. My comments tonight are strictly my own. I've attended as many steering committee meetings as I could. I think you should all be applauded for the work you did. I know it was hard. It was like herding cats. But I think you came up with some really great thought-provoking plans that were elements, and they were things to talk about. And I think the stakeholders in the communities I just mentioned, really have been able to go over these things for the last 6 weeks as we prepare for the public outreach, and really see where we stand and how we can refine and enhance these things. And what amazes me is I think there's a lot of agreement on many of these key elements, the services and amenities we need. The size and scope of the hotel, having artisan retail, more open space, having housing that isn't in the downtown core but is moved more towards Railroad and L Street, way to, so it's still walkable yet isn't right in around Livermore Avenue. I never saw the reason why there was the group that took off on the McCracken plan to build a separate plan. I don't think it helped the process. I think it really slowed us down because it wasn't talking about elements. It contained the same elements, but what it really did was it was an effort, in my view, to try to really just, I think the word used was to fully bake in a plan at the expense of evaluating the elements. And I think what it did is it really blinded the process to the rationale related to an East Side hotel. And I can see it in the ranking worksheet that came out. Number one, hotel location. That's not really the issue. It says the hotel should have a location. Yes, it must be located on one side or the other. But the issue is massing. The best argument for the East Side is you simply, the best place to put a 4 or 5 story hotel is next to a 5-story existing Bankhead Center. And so by ignoring massing, I think we're really disserving the public outreach. And I could go on longer, but I'm almost out of time. Number 2 would be retail. They should complement retail. That's a meaningless statement. The real issue is if you put the hotel on the East Side, you can expand Blacksmith Square to an entire city block. And that's where the artisan retail, that's where the Science Museum, if we can get funding for it, that is where the high-end steakhouse, that's where all those elements go. I have other thoughts I'll share separately on traffic, and I agree with Drew, and housing, but I think the McCracken plan has already disserved the process because it has excluded focus on the elements that really matter about really what we're talking about in terms of housing, in terms of retail, and in terms of massing. And those are the choices that we want the community to weigh in on. And so I would encourage you to take a harder look at the ranking worksheet and take out the McCracken biases that are existing in it. Thank you. That seems really short for 3
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kent. It's time shifting.
I think I inherited.
Darcy Kent and Amanda Kent. Larry Dino.
My name is Darcy Kent, and I've lived here for 20 years. I'm an artist in the community and a vintner. As an artist, one must think three-dimensionally. The four floors plans that came out of the steering committee all have their pluses and minuses. But when we consider what the elevations of these plans will actually look like from street level, it is clear to me that East Side A is vastly superior to the other plans. The 5-story windowless red stucco of the wall of the Bankhead Theater is an eyesore, and only an East Side hotel with at least 4 stories will remedy this. But when we consider what the elevations of these plans will actually look like, the West Side proposal put virtually everything on the west side with nothing but a parking lot adjacent to the Bankhead. This is our chance now to mitigate the architectural flaws of the Bankhead's unacceptable massing. An expanded Blacksmith Square It is the best option for an artisan market, upscale restaurant, and a new Village Green and Plaza, all of which sit directly across from Livermore Avenue and the East Side Hotel. The views would be stunning, both from the hotel and from the Village Green. And the 1 to 2 story Blacksmith Square with the inviting grass of the Village Green, as well as the green looking east. Everything on this west side block would be architecturally consistent with the existing Blacksmith Square, which is a jewel of our downtown. Our downtown will grow to be even more of the envy of the East Bay and will appear as if it has been there, this old town, for more than a century. It's kind of exciting. The expansive Village Green and multi-park pavilion can serve our community with a rotating array of wine and beer, art festivals, rodeo festivals, opera festivals. This pavilion could be enlarged and built with an outdoor stage and an indoor dressing room, loading docks, shade, and public restrooms, everything to support the theater performances and concerts. This is what a vibrant city center is supposed to be like. The length of the Village Green could be lined on the north by the expanded Blacksmith Square with the shops, and these could be sized appropriately with wide shady loggia to attract the kind of artisan merchants who lease out the space like in the San Francisco Ferry Building. The Livermore Art Association is growing dramatically. We had 12 artists this year. I was one of them who participated in the East Bay Open Studio Tour. It's the first time Livermore ever participated, and we had 12 artists do it. There's a great need for these artists to have gallery space. There's also room at the pavilion at the end of the plaza for a high-end restaurant. Stop.
And thank you, Darcy Kent. Amanda Kent, carrying on in that thought line.
Yes.
Larry Dino and Tom Jefferson.
Hi, I'm Amanda Kent, and I live and work in Livermore. I've lived here for 20 years. I'm also a grad student at Stanford. But I want to say that I'm here completely on my own accord. I am not just a mouthpiece for the other Kents here. I'm here because I am a citizen of Livermore, and I view myself as the future of Livermore, as one of the younger people in this room that's out here still to make a comment. So, and I've never come to a city council meeting before, but I'm here because I'm actually really concerned that the downtown that is being planned is planned without the voice of people like me, because we live here too, and we are the future of Livermore. We're not afraid of mass transit and valet parking and parking garages a block or two away from where we're going. We're not afraid of being on the streets after dark and spending time there. Livermore has come such a long way in the past 20 years, and now it's an vibrant and exciting place to go, but we can do better, and we need to preserve the things that make Livermore special. The West Side Hotel proposal that would knock down or otherwise destroy Blacksmith Square is really alarming. That's one of the only places in downtown Livermore where young people are going out in the masses and spending time and spending money and really enjoying themselves. This small corner of our downtown should be what we hope to make the rest of the downtown look like. A beautiful downtown isn't built above parking garages. We don't want caves or dark spaces. We want to drive down South Livermore and see a beautiful hotel on the corner in the classic Blacksmith Square, not that kind of foreboding, back of the bankhead or parking garages. We're excited by the possibilities of an expanded Blacksmith. This would be possible with the hotel on the east side, and we should just continue to feature small local shops that are affordable to rent and sell things that you can't just go find in the Costco or the outlet mall. My friends and I would welcome a new park in the downtown center next to the Blacksmith Square where we could go to festivals, craft beer, art shows. Those are in all the other cities in the East Bay, but we don't have great spaces for that yet, and this would provide it. This downtown, at the end of the day, should not be built for out-of-town guests attending business conferences. It should be built for locals who love this town and want to stay here. It should be built for the future of Livermore, which I'm hoping to represent, and I know there's lots of other voices in this room that are doing that. And lastly, although I've spent a lot of time in Livermore and grown up here, I've also spent time in Dallas, Texas, and Nashville, Tennessee, San Francisco, Palo Alto, where I've lived. And although my friends love to come and visit Livermore and visit me in the wine region here, no one can stay. And Livermore cannot and will not ever be a weekend destination for them without the adequate space to stay in a boutique hotel to do it in. So the construction of the boutique hotel and delaying it any longer will be incredibly detrimental to the future of the city. So we need to get it going.
Thank you very much. Larry Dino, Tom Jefferson, and David Rounds. Mr. Dino.
Yeah, hello. My name is Larry Dino. My wife and I have been residents for Livermore for 14 years. We're also business owners in Livermore. We founded Cooter Ridge Wines 10 years ago. Before I get started, I do want to make a couple comments on the conference center. I haven't heard any points made on these points, but we do have several conference centers in Livermore, right? We have the Casa Real Event Center. We got the Palm Event Center. We have the Martinelli Center. We have the Event Center at Purple Orchid Inn. And I'm sure I'm missing several others. So to me, there seems like there's plenty of event centers in Livermore that people can come to and have their business meetings and such. Also, one other thing, on the West Side A plan, at least the version I have, I don't know if it's the latest and greatest, but it does not have the square footage on that. So all the other conference centers on plans East Side A and B, and then the last one said it was 1,500 square feet. I did not see the square footage on West Side A, and I thought that was an important point. So the a hotel is critically important for the wineries here in Livermore. As was mentioned earlier a couple of times, in order for Livermore to be a reputable wine region, such as Healdsburg, Paso Robles, San Luis Obispo, etc., we need to have a downtown hotel to make it a destination area. And people that come and stay in Livermore and spend the night opt to spend money in Livermore, spend money at the wineries, and spend money with the downtown businesses. So I think the hotel is a critically important component of the downtown plan. Now, timing's important here. I am interested to know what's the process after the process. Okay, so we got this community input process now that's going to go on through November. What's happening after November? So it sounds like we got to then take this input, refine a plan. Do we still have the same developers in place? We're going back through an RFP process. So I would be interested in what you see the rollout beyond this initial process. When deciding on a plan, I think it is going to be difficult just to focus on the elements of the plan. I heard this over and over again. Some of the elements some of the location of the elements are critical to the plan. For example, the hotel location. I mean, I don't know that you can ignore hotel location, so that's not just an element. And, a lot of the benefits of the hotel on the east side is its proximity to the Bankhead Theater for all the aesthetic reasons and economical reasons that have been brought up before being located next to the Bankhead Theater. I would actually advocate that there's really only 3 elements that need to be considered in getting public input. It's the hotel location, the conference center, and museum and cultural arts. All the other elements, open space, parking, traffic is a wash, residential, all the elements of those are similar in all 4 of the plans. So to me, it looks like what we're haggling over is hotel location, conference center, museum, and art center.
Thanks, Mr. Dino. Tom Jefferson, David Rounds, and Don Stasa. Mr. Jefferson.
Good evening. My name is Tom Jefferson, as you've heard. I attended all but one of the steering committee meetings, and the meetings were certainly interesting. And I wonder what the members of the steering committee feel about the process, how they felt. Now, one thing that came up often is a hotel. Where should it go? It seemed to everybody wants a hotel. East side, west side, where there's more room, east side next to the Bankhead. I believe not providing on-site hotel parking, although maybe there's a change about that for the east side, but providing only valet hotel parking would be a detriment to the success of the hotel. I envision backups when guests arrive and delays when they leave. Hotel guests will not be happy and thus will not return. And what happens? You leave something in your car. I'd like to go get my camera. I forgot it. That'll take forever to go back to the I Street garage, get your car, come back, pick out your camera, and so on. Now, in the On page 37 of the agenda tonight about East Side Hotel, it says hotel parking at I Street Garage via valet. And what that means, which it doesn't quite say, is that there's no on-site parking. And it should say that, no on-site parking, if that's actually the case. On the West Side Hotel, it says option to build, on page 38, option to build self-contained parking on site. It could say on-site parking provided. And it doesn't say anything about valet parking. And of course, that could be provided also. So on the West Side Hotel, patrons could have the convenience of on-site parking, or they could opt for the inconvenience of valet parking. I mean, something for everybody. Now, the views from a West Side Hotel would certainly be better than from an East Side Hotel, which would attract people to stay there. West Side Hotel could look out upon a town commons, a bit of greenery, or upon the surrounding area. An East Side Hotel would look out upon a brick wall. Yes, you can guess I prefer the West Side Hotel. And I hope in the public outreach, the financial information on the various development options can be explained clearly with facts. I'm sure that many people, including myself, would prefer minimal, maybe zero residential and maximum public use. If that's not feasible, why not? Maybe it's the finances, but that should be explained. And a suggestion about you might rename these instead of Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, which sounds like they're fixed. You might say preliminary example A or something like that. Rename what you call the plans. And I'll certainly agree with Jane King's suggestion to rank importance instead of just say is housing important, is lack of housing important. So plus or minus. I think her suggestion was an excellent one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. David Rounds, Don Stasa, Diane Cranar.
Hi. Thank you for asking for input, as well as we prepare to take the next step. And the outreach plan for downtown promises some really good feedback. So good job there, guys. It was, I was impressed with some of the things that you all talked about today. In my view, the most important element to be discussed and the most difficult to explain in the outreach around this project will be the nuances of the location of the hotel. The summer has been filled with opinions around which location is best for this hotel. Some of these opinions are fact-based, some are fanciful, and some are just downright stubborn. My opinion is, and you can figure out which one it is that a West Side Hotel has a lot of advantages. Better parking options, more space, less impact on existing businesses, and none of these are as important as the fact that the location of the hotel will guide the course of the rest of the development. The development of this 8-acre space in the heart of downtown will have to occur in phases. And it's clear and it makes sense that the first phase will be the hotel and parking. The winemakers and growers, the downtown business groups, the chamber have been lobbying for this hotel for years, and they deserve to have it be first up in any development proposal. And while these groups seem to prefer the hotel be tucked in next to the Bankhead on the east side, the odds are that given the choice of a West Side Hotel or no hotel, that these groups would quickly endorse a West Side location. So why is a West Side location so important? Housing and open space, and how much of each? In phase one, if you put a hotel next to the Bankhead and a garage around the corner on Railroad, what you have left is 5+ acres of gravel parking lot. Even with a comprehensive development plan for the entire 8 acres, and even with a formula to equate the number of housing units with the amount of open space, the amount of retail, and other uses, the reality is that none of this is a guarantee as to the amount of housing or the amount of open space. There are 3 ways a city council can guarantee a long-term restriction on the number of housing units in this development. First, as part of a development proposal, they can create a permanent easement like we have in the South Livermore plan. They can place an initiative on the ballot. And my favorite, build something else in the location. Otherwise, if the hotel and garage are phase one and the rest of the development becomes phase two, then the development of phase two can be subject to the will of whoever is on the city council at that time. Don't create a blank canvas for a Lennar type of housing development on the west side. Advocate for housing, more open space, and a west side hotel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rounds. Perfect timing. Don Stasa, I think he left. Don Stasa, okay. Diane Cranor, Earl Alt, Chris Chandler.
Good evening. I'm Diane Craner. My husband Jeff Craner and I own Nottingham Cellars, a small winery here in Livermore Valley. And we'd like to thank the steering committee, the council, and all members there for the time and effort put forth in planning and moving this downtown development effort forward. I'm here to support moving forward and how important this project is for all businesses, including those that are not directly in downtown. As a small business winery owner here in Livermore for the past 8 years, we have been fortunate to establish ourselves as a recognized winery in this community and beyond. Our son and winemaker, Colin Craner, learned his craft here, being taken under the wing by other winemakers already established here in Livermore. And he is dedicated, and we are dedicated, to promoting this region by producing premier wines and world-class wines. As you're aware, I'm sure, the wine business is a very costly endeavor. It requires hard work, dedication, and many sacrifices to stay in business. We appreciate and love this community which has supported us. We are very proud to have invested in this Livermore Valley wine region, a region we believe and know should be receiving the recognition and attention it deserves. The historical importance alone for the California wine industry is beyond measure. This region needs to be shared and spotlighted. It is well agreed that what is lacking in our region is that we are not a destination. Downtown Livermore has made great strides in creating a welcoming and happening place to be. What is missing is a place to stay, a place that equals the kind of clientele we desire and deserve. Without a hotel and visitors coming to and moving to Livermore, the economic viability of small family businesses and wineries is not sustainable. As our wine valley grows, it is imperative to continue to bring in new and repeating customers to ensure the success of us all. On behalf of my family, we urge you to move forward, getting a clear and comprehensive public outreach process rolling in order to grow our downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Craner. Earl Alt, I think he left also. Chris Chandler, Tom O'Neill, and Jim McGrail.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, Steering Committee, thank you for the months and this evening even. On behalf of my Board of Directors, the Livermore Valley Wine Growers Association, the wineries and vineyards, I'd like to thank you all. Film director Woody Allen said, 80% of success is showing up. With regard to a downtown iconic hotel, Livermore has not shown up yet. We have the history, the terroir, the weather, the character, the people, the will. The vineyards, wineries, award-winning wines, event centers, activities year-round. We are accessible from 3 international airports and uniquely positioned not too far from BART. We have the premium outlets. We have restaurants, retail, recreation, a charming downtown, and still no hotel. I've asked both the advertising and editorial teams of Wine Enthusiast magazine how Livermore Valley can be considered as a contender for their highly publicized annual Wine Region of the Year award. Frankly and honestly, they shared that Livermore does not have the proper accommodations to even be considered. It's time for Livermore to show up. With maybe half the charm of Livermore Valley, even Lodi has received this international honor. We have so much more in this valley that we can be proud of and that can make us a destination, except the one key element that we need. The Wine Growers Association supports a transparent process of workshops to further educate the community. At the same time, we ask the City Council to stick to the timeline laid out earlier tonight and make a decision in November. 2018 is the year to break ground on a hotel. If 80% of success is simply showing up, it's time for Livermore to show up, put itself on the world map among serious wine destinations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Tom O'Neill, Jim McGrail, Liz Roberts. Tom, it's good to see you. It's been a while.
Good to see you, Mr. Mayor. Want to congratulate the steering committee on all that hard work. I can't believe you did all that stuff. My gosh. I don't think you should keep quiet after this plan goes out, however. You talk as individuals. Don't present yourself as speaking for the whole city of Livermore, but talk on your own right. As a person who's an expert by now on these issues. The item on the element that concerns me has been almost unmentioned tonight. It's housing. And I am deeply uncomfortable with that it's not being examined, and I hope in the outreach it'll be featured. I'm a beneficiary of affordable housing, so if we have a big debt, for my sake, thank you for paying for my affordable housing. I get an apartment at about 1/3 the cost that it would have on the market, I think, right now. But if that's the issue on housing, that should be brought out, and whether we just live with that debt or whether we somehow ameliorate the debt through some other maneuver that's built into the debt structure, I don't know. But I think that should really be brought out and discussed in the open. What I'm terribly afraid, I think there should be an element called population growth in the outreach, because when we resisted Pardee, the whole city of Livermore resisted Pardee a few years back, and it wasn't simply for aesthetic reasons to keep a lot of sprawl off the foothills to the north. We resisted it also on population issues, that we weren't sure that this splurge in population would be good for the city. And I think that, again, that issue should be considered. Once you increase your population, you increase your debts to all those new people for all kinds of city services. That are we really thinking about what those services are and how we will be able to accommodate them in our annual budget? And I just don't. I was nervous tonight, not because I heard bad things said, but because I didn't hear much said about housing, population, and real estate, and the involvement, I'm always suspicious of it, of realtors. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Jim McGrail, Liz Roberts, and Nancy Rodriguez. You're not Jim McGrail, I can tell.
Know. Jim McGrail couldn't show up. And he is the owner of McGrail Winery, so I'm going to read a few comments from him. If the hotel were on the west side of Livermore Avenue, you would not have to stare out your window at the wall of the Bankhead Theater. On the west side, you would have views of the park, our unique downtown, and the hills. The views would make the room itself feel more spacious. It would provide a relaxed wine country ambience. Yes, we want the hotel soon, but we don't want one that's jammed in a corner. Take enough time to create the hotel next to the green belt that we all want. Why are we spending all this time and effort and money debating what should be common sense? Put the hotel on the west side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. Liz Roberts, Nancy Rodriguez, Ellen Burnham.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and Downtown Steering Committee. Thank you again for all your time and dedication you've given to this committee and this development. It's so important, and we couldn't be more excited, but thank you for all your time. We really appreciate everything you've done. My name is Liz Roberts. I'm president of the Board of Directors for Livermore Downtown. And LDI believes in moving forward with showing the community East Side A and East Side B and West Side B. We respectfully ask that the City Council move forward on bringing the 3 steering committee collaborative plans forward to the community through inclusive outreach. We also respectfully respect request that the needs of the business owners who have invested their livelihoods and talent into the community are ensured that parking, traffic, pedestrian flow, appropriate size, and usable open space, delivery and garbage access, and visibility to the hotel guests be of highest priority in planning and design. This will ensure sustainable health and vitality. And in closing, I just want to kind of be the cheerleader, and I say this often through hearing all the discussions and the comments and everybody's ideas. And I just want to leave with this. My wish is for the community to work in collaboration and not in competition with one another. Let's work together to make our downtown successful for our generation and for future generations. Thank you.
Nancy Rodriguez, Alan Burnham, and Tamara Royce.
Nancy Rodriguez left, so I'm going to read this. Owner of Rodriguez Winery. Livermore is a blended city. Its strengths are rooted in the opportunities it provides for a population of varied income levels, lifestyles, and occupations. Local industries offer job opportunities in a wide variety of categories. Making a big decision for our downtown must be a consensus of this population and not dominated by specific industries or organizations competing for economic advantage. Where the hotel goes, with its good-sized conference center and where housing is developed, should be decided by residents, not defined by business organizations whose principals may not reside in the Livermore area. It will be nice to have a hotel downtown, but in a location that will have its own parking and wonderful views. A Westside hotel looking out on a vibrant stretch of open space would inspire residents and visitors alike. Expediency should not be the issue. The citizens of Livermore know the town well and are reasonable. Listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Burnham, Tamara Royce, Stephen Mirasu.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to address you. This is an excellent document. I think you should all be proud of it. It's not flawless like any of the plans, but and I will speak a little bit to that. One of the things that I would like to comment on was the fact that I didn't have any trouble seeing 4 plans and saying, hey, I like this and I like that of the different things and blending it. I'm amazed at somehow that people think that humans are not capable of doing that. So I don't know. I think it's a great thing to proceed, but you can't just say, oh, a blank slate, let's start over. These are good things that are discussion points, and I'm sure that David Early knows how to do this. So I give him some confidence, please. That said, there's a few things I'm a little concerned about. One are the, actually, let me first say that what I really like to, is we need to move away from I'm willing to pay for. That was brought up earlier. But we need to do that with the understanding that some people are willing to pay for some things and can, and some people want to pay for other things and can. And so just because somebody else doesn't, we have to be able to figure out that making sure that the money is available for the things that people there. And I take that in terms of the conference facilities and the Science Museum Learning Center. Maybe 90% of the people don't want the Science Center, but if there's people with money to provide it, then that's what's important. It can, and I think the same would be true of conference. Maybe most people don't want it, but if the people with the money want it, then they should be able to get it. So as long as we have that understanding, I think everything will be fine. I was concerned, actually, David Early said earlier that one of the plans has something called open space. It's not really open space. It's really private open space paid for by the public, and I think that's a misrepresentation on the table here that should be fixed before the public outreach goes out. Let me see. I'm concerned about the traffic on Railroad. I avoid that street at all costs. It's not just the 2 intersections, it's also the parking garage entrance in there. I still have some concerns about the parking analysis that I've seen. In that regard, there was something in the plan about pedestrian overpasses being bad. The reason you need a pedestrian overpass there is because there's not the pedestrians block the street from people passing. So tree-lined streets doesn't solve the problem, it makes the problem worse. So I think that particular that was maybe perhaps flogging a dead horse in the old community group thing, and I think that needs to be reworded. The other thing was that there was on page 38, there was some sort of a traffic loop on the west side that doesn't seem to have any relationship to any of the plans. In fact, I think it may come from England because you entered on the left and you kept on the left. So I think there are some, I'm happy to provide these other things. I think there's some tweaking that needs to be done here.
Okay, provide those to the staff. Tamara Royce, Stephen Mirasu, Dane Stark.
Hi, I want to thank everybody who participated in this process. I did, however, I think there's a real need to make sure that in the course of public outreach, we are clear and in how we communicate what's going on to the public. For example, just a little bit ago, I kept hearing we're going to expand Blacksmith Square, and I haven't seen any kind of proposal to do specifically that. So it just, to me, we need to really make it clear to the public what's going to go on, what our options are, in as objective a way as possible so that people come to this with an open mind. And I wanted to comment tonight because it really distressed me to hear some of the remarks made earlier this evening. It's obvious to me that this whole process is very politicized, and there are different points of view, strong points of view on both sides. And that's fine. That's America, right? I think it started because we started out maybe going to a proposal with Lennar too soon. And when we did that, it created like strong reactions on the part of the public and led to some of the things that people here have been criticizing as to why people showed up with different plans. Well, the process was flawed. We're fixing it now, and I think that's a really wonderful thing. And I think what we're doing now and what has come out of this steering committee process is to provide some really useful information to the public. So I think that we're on the right track. But instead of people continuing to snipe at each other and say, I don't like this or what this group is doing or what that group is doing, that's totally beyond the scope at this point. And we need to get past it and work together as a community to really create something that's really wonderful and meaningful for the future. In that regard, I would also add that, if you're going to have feedback coming after this outreach project, I wouldn't do it during the holidays. I really think this needs to wait till after New Year's so that people are done with all their activities and they can come back before the council with what's going to be the final process and, give feedback on that. The other thing I wanted to add is that I thought that the information in the materials, the traffic information, I'm a layperson, wasn't clear to me. I don't understand how that works. I would like to see more of that. As far as the ranked choice, I think that's a good idea for the pop-ups. I would just suggest, maybe there's a way to rank the elements in a more 1 to 10 kind of a way for different items so that people can, clarify what's important to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Mirasu, Dane Stark, Elizabeth Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Steering Committee, and staff. I just want to thank you. I also want to thank everybody in this room as well. We're getting to see sausage being made, and it's pretty compelling sometimes. It's compelling to be part of that process as well. And I want to thank it. You could all be home drinking Stephen Kent wine right now, but you're hearing so it's I think an important thing that we're talking about what is best for this community and how we move the community forward. When I started with my father in opening our winery 20 years ago, we came here because this was a compelling place to be from a wine growing standpoint. It's one of the great places in California and really in the world to grow the kind of grapes that we grow, that a lot of people in the valley grow, Cabernet Franc, Merlot, that sort of thing. It isn't often you get to be in a place where you have real, true world-class potential to make something special, something that adds to the lives of everybody who has a chance to experience those things. It's not to be taken for granted, and it's not to be taken lightly, I think. Some of the things that make a region world-class, aside from the fact that you have world-class viticultural components here, are the amenities that allow people to come here, spend some time. They don't pop in for one winery's tasting room for an hour. They're here to spend money at the local shops, the local restaurants, the other wineries up and down the street. You need places to stay in order for that to happen. You need people you need amenities here that people want to use. That makes our community stronger, and economically, it adds a dose of civic pride, I think, as well. You go to some great wine regions, to Paso Robles now, to obviously Napa and Sonoma, smaller places, Yountville and St. Helena. These are small communities that have a sense of pride because of what they've been able to communicate to the larger world about what they can do especially well. We can do that here. We're not Stockton. We're not Lodi, all apologies. We have a chance to be better than that. We already make better wine in those areas, I think. We have a chance to show what it is that we can do as a community and as a strong group of people who believe in moving their community forward. I have my own opinion about what side of the street the hotel ought to be on. I don't know that I'm right necessarily. I think what is sort of inarguable about this whole process now is we need to move forward. We've been doing this and talking about this for years now. There isn't an excuse anymore for not moving forward, for not thinking about what's great for this community and what can move this community forward, civic pride standpoint, economic standpoint. It's really up to you folks now to do what you're supposed to do as part of your job, right? To make decisions that are important. I think we're all involved in the mundane day-to-day things. We make the decisions, we do little tasks that keep the lights on, and it's not often we get a chance to do something that's really grand, something that's going to impact the communities, impact the young kids, the next generation of people who want to come to Livermore Valley, who want to live here. It's time for us to say, let's put our big boy pants on and do something that's important for the community and do it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Dean Stark, Elizabeth Judge, Leah Larkin.
My name is Dane Stark. I own and operate Page Mill Winery. It's our 40th year of production. We moved here in 2004 from the Peninsula, because we saw a vibrant community and a downtown that was a community that was really focused on the quality of life and the wine growing region as a whole. So from that perspective, I've really appreciated everything that's been done and the direction we're going. I agree with everything Stephen Mirasu said, except maybe it should be Page Mill on your table. And I agree with most of the wine growers, with the exception of perhaps Mr. McGrail. Please don't tell Jim I said that. I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. Elizabeth Judge, Leah Larkin, and Jeff Katz.
Thank you. Good evening. About the outreach process, the process for outreach needs to be completely transparent. Therefore, open meetings where identified citizens may express views are preferable. Any written or online opinions should be signed, otherwise somebody could submit more than one, and made available to the public, such as at libraries, etc., as a check and balance for the final report or verification. Elements I would like to see in the development: adequate parking, maximum green space, minimal housing, the McCracken Hotel. I would like to see, happily I agree with Mr. McGrail, I would like to see its first floor facade facing railroad match the old brick of Blacksmith Square, so it seems like a continuation of the historical building. Lastly, I'd like additional retail, including artisan and farmers market areas and interesting restaurants. Parking needs to accommodate all the public spaces currently on the 8-acre parcel, not reduced by 150 for signage. 2 spaces for each housing unit, unless they are extremely small, plus enough spaces for the hotel representing 1 space per room, plus 60 more for staff. Almost all of the public parking should not be in the same place in town, that is near the current garage. The second garage could be located nearer to L Street if it's possible, rather than I Street. Expanding the McCracken garage perhaps to L Street might work, but it would take out some housing. Housing removed by this move could be made up by going back to the original higher building structure. Housing which is a live-work arrangement is preferable because we could use the tax base from new businesses. Millennials are not the only consideration for downtown living. One can expect the need for senior condos or flats, hopefully with an elevator in the building, maybe up against the bankhead, ho-ho. Regarding the hotel, every reason touted for the Eastside Hotel has already been debunked. The only wow factor it could have is a wow sign in front of it as it reflects the huge mistake it represents. I have concluded that reason has nothing to do with putting it there. It's all about power and control and personal animosity. Having some group come up with a plan different from the original is annoying, I get it. Having the group come up with a better idea is even more frustrating, I get it. Having personal animosity with people involved makes it intolerable. However, tourists will not be aware of all this emotional background. They will not understand nor sympathize. Instead, they and the rest of us will have to live with the unfortunate and unnecessary results. I'm especially concerned with the activities of Downtown Inc., already organizing their folks to campaign ruthlessly for the Eastside Hotel, despite the fact that the public was against it a year ago, and it makes no sense. It is particularly jarring, since we taxpayers provide a good deal of the funding for that organization. Perhaps that funding could be better used elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Judge. Leah Larkin, Jeff Katz, Doris Ryan. Leah Larkin going once, twice. Leah Larkin, Jeff Katz, Doris Ryan, Richard Ryan. Jeff Katz? Okay. Doris Ryan? Okay, Richard Ryan. She's probably left with Richard. Okay. Ken Ball. I saw Ken a little bit ago. Okay. Ken Ball's gone. Let's go for Marianne Brent. Wow, okay. Mercina Schneider.
So, I won't bore you all with my name. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I was born in this town. I've lived here my entire life, and I now own a business downtown, Espresso Rosetta. I'm not actually here to argue for any of the plans because I think there are plenty of people doing that already. But the procedure for interacting with the public, I think, was what we were trying to talk about a little bit, and I had some ideas in that regard. The whole four-plan thing, it's confusing, it's not confusing. I can get both sides of that story. I'm an architect's daughter. But even so, when I look at plans, I do tend to think of this plan or that plan rather than as elements of a plan. And since I think the thing was we have several elements in play and we all agree that there are elements that we all want, just exactly who's paying for them and where they're going and how they're going to affect things is in question. Maybe, well, I like the idea of the person who said option or, suggestion A, etc., might be a good choice. Another thing is, if perhaps it was in a less final-seeming format. I mean, I appreciate that we need a solid plan so that costs can be made, but perhaps in order to interact with the public so that we can see that they're not permanent plans, I don't know. I played with Legos as a kid. You have a piece here and a piece here, and you can put them where you want them to be, and it seems a little less permanent. If we could have those options on the same board, but with pieces being swapped out, that might be an easier visual cue for the public at large. My other thought is, as a business owner, I take the perspective of this. For each of the elements, it would be very helpful. I don't know how much roads cost, and I don't particularly care. What I want to know is, for the elements that are under discussion, what's the cost for each larger chunk of the element? You know, if this hotel requires extra roads, that should be included within the hotel. So what's the cost for each element? Who's willing to pay for it? Or how much debt are we taking on? And who's going to pay for that? It's a practical approach, but I'm a business person, and at the end of the day, the bottom line should balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. Stan and Susan Locke, Dave Corkle, Brendan Finley. Stan and Susan Locke? Okay. Dave Corkle? Oh, Mr. Corkle, and then Brendan Finley. No, Dave's first, and then Brendan.
Thank you. I'm Dave Corkle. I'm the owner of Cinema West and the owner of the
Yes.
Livermore Cinemas, which we developed back in 2006. Steve Stewart and Mark were here, as was another Roberts by the name of Kevin. Kevin was the economic development director and one of the architects of laying out the Golden Triangle, which is where the theater is located, where the Bankhead Theater is located, where the Maddens have developed. And arguably, the Maddens and myself, who have invested many millions of dollars in developing the Golden Triangle, are the two largest private stakeholders in the area and the most affected by the decision that ultimately is going to be made by this council. And I would encourage you to look at the foundation of where everything started on the Golden Triangle and the promises that were made to the developers then, and we feel should be followed through today. And those promises included a hotel. We had the option of being a movie theater operator that built the theater where the hotel is proposed in a couple of the different plans that you've seen. And we were convinced to put the theater on arguably the least desirable location on the Golden Triangle in favor of making sure that the overall development, when completed, best suited the community. We made sacrifices in order for that to happen, and we want to see our development continued to its fruition, which is the inclusion of a hotel on the east side of Livermore Avenue, and where it will help the businesses that it was intended to help in the first place. The master plan needs to be completed, in other words. And unfortunately, or actually very fortunate for this community, you have a much more transparent process going on with development of the Golden Triangle now than occurred back in 2004. Some of the things that you've seen publicly being said now, because they're being vetted in the community by a lot of younger people who are involved in the political process, I think that's great, because we didn't have that then. Some of these little nuances that happened on the Triangle happened to favor a few people to the detriment of many others. And I really think that going forward now, you have an opportunity to push forward great design and great development and make sure that a few people in the community don't benefit to the detriment of many. So I'm looking forward to seeing this process completed. I really urge you again to look back to the downtown specific plan that was developed, where a hotel was envisioned on the east side of this overall development that's being talked about tonight. There was a huge, I want to say, housing plan, for the former Lucky project that was also considered and approved, by the way, but never followed through. So I thank you. Look forward to the final outcome.
Mr. Corkle, thank you very much. A little piece of history I was not aware of, so thank you. Brendan Finley, Sandy Lake, and Nancy Bankhead.
Thank you, everybody. I just wanted to, my name is Brendan Finley. I'm with the Livermore Chamber of Commerce. So I'm speaking for the board. I just wanted to support the Wine Growers Association and Livermore Downtown Inc., so we don't need to go in depth and stare for 3 minutes. I just want to really say we're going to be harassing you in 18 as to whether it's east side, west side, what kind of hotel, everything we want to have. Right now, I think what we have to decide tonight is the process. We've got to get the process done tonight. We've got to make sure we're supporting it. We've got to make sure that we have communication and a platform that is one platform that we're following, and that's what we want from the Livermore Chamber, is that we have a platform to follow and that we really go through that. We as a chamber, we want a hotel, we want retail, we want housing, and we want open space. It's not in question. I don't think anybody in this room has that question. Tonight is about the process. We've been going through this for a long time. We just need the process done tonight and make sure we make a plan, get this done by November, and then we'll start January 18 going into how the plan's going to look and what's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy Lake, Nancy Bankhead, Andra Triska.
I'm Sandy Lake, and I'm here as a member of the targeted audience. And I want to thank the committee and PlaceWorks for all the work that you've done to this point. I was surprised the engagement plan goals and objectives are not measurable or time-bound. How and when would we know the goals and objectives have been achieved? Goal 3 could be incorporated into 2, as a greater range of community members should include the underrepresented and marginalized. And Goal 5 is not clear to me. On outreach, people are naturally resistant to change, and this project is a big change for downtown. Will there be a change management plan? One of the council members said to keep an open mind when hearing about this project. That will be hard for many community members that said no housing in this project when the alternatives developed all include housing. In the presentation, share. How are you going to consolidate our feedback into data that represents a large portion of the target audience and make it useful in the decision process? What, if any, changes can we expect on the concept ideas and when? Provide feedback examples on why you may not be able to incorporate feedback. What are the possible construction phases for the downtown development? Will the areas identified all be under construction at the same time? Share the criteria being developed for the council to make decisions on final actions. Provide examples of potential final actions. Do nothing. Select a final concept that includes the consolidated feedback, issue an RFP, etc. The potential next steps and a timeline for the city, for after the city council meeting in November and December. Use speakers and moderators that have more than a cursory knowledge of the engagement plan, outreach efforts, and supporting materials, and that are good listeners. Community members will not listen, participate, or keep an open mind if they perceive they are not being heard, getting their questions answered, or understand where to go for information. Demonstrate you really want community input, that you're not just going through the motions. Lastly, I would appreciate less editorial comments by the council members during the council discussions and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lake. Nancy Bankhead, Andra Triska. We heard from Denise Ledden already. Yes, you spoke.
That's what he said.
Yeah, that was you that spoke. It wasn't. I mentioned at the very beginning about reading someone else's letters. That was your time. So thank you, Nancy Bankhead, Andra Triska, and Lisa Tromovich.
Hello. I'm sorry. Some people here tonight have thought the Bankhead was ugly. I'm sorry. I think it's one of the most beautiful buildings in Livermore. My address is Livermore, but I don't live in the city limits. I own land here in town, but do not live in town. I'm one of the lucky few. My father was a rancher, so I'm a rancher, and I can't have all my sheep downtown Livermore. So maybe something could be sent out to deed owners and ask what people who own land here, plus all the people that live here rent, all the people that have retail stores here. There's winery people here that can't comment on this if it's just people that live in the downtown. So that's my thing. This should be, oh, wait a minute. It should be about the valley. It's not, it's more than 8 acres. It's the whole valley that we're affecting here. Something that could be so great, adding to Livermore's jewel of a downtown, is dividing it. It makes me sad. I would like to second if, that the housing, that do people really want housing there? I know the city needs it there because of money, but do the citizens of Livermore really want it there? And how do we find that out? I don't know if that's one of the questions that's going to be asked at the community outreach. So there's 2 things there I'd like to add to your community outreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bankhead. Andra Triska, Lisa Tromovich.
Hi there. My name is Audra.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So I want to first off say I just want to let you know that I respect this process and appreciate that the steering committee has come together to outreach to the general public. So a little background on me. I grew up in Livermore. I left for college and lived away for 15 years. And I returned 9 years ago. Don't do the math. Because I wanted to raise my daughter here. And I believe that young families are the future here in Livermore. And it's important to have our voices heard, as well as focus the outreach to other generations who will live longer with the decisions that will be made today. So this is a great city, but even great cities can improve and evolve. So I am in favor of an east side development for the hotel. A hotel located next to the Bankhead on the east side makes the most sense, thus maximizing housing and cultural development and open space plans on the west side. The McCracken West Side plan has all the new buildings scattered about with no rhyme or reason, and Blacksmith Square will be dwarfed by a 5-story hotel that would seem to isolate it from the downtown. So I wanted to note also that the developer slotted for the project, the Autograph Hotel Series, is a great operation, and I've visited other developments of theirs. One in particular is the Mauna Kea on the Big Island of Hawaii, which is a very beautiful property, and I wish I was there right now instead of here. But I'm sure that they would create something of equal beauty here in Livermore. So I am in favor of more housing, and currently we have a housing shortage. And as this city grows, we need to make more housing available and accessible to other young families, other people that will ultimately come to Livermore and be drawn here. So I recently purchased my first home here in Livermore, which I'm very happy that that was able to happen. But and I would have loved to have lived closer to downtown. However, at the time there just wasn't a lot of opportunity or options for me. So I trust and hope that this process will create the best plan possible. And I want to again to encourage the committee to focus its outreach to all generations, especially the young families that are here in Livermore. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Lisa Tromovich, and one last call for Stan or Susan Locke, Marianne Brent, Ken Ball, Richard or Doris Ryan, Jeff Katz. Okay. Lisa Tromovich, Asa Strout, and Donna Caban.
Thank you, everybody, for all of your work and everyone that's participating in the process. A quick thumbs up to the specific ideas that were put forward by each of the three Kents. Chris Chandler, Ms. Schneider, I was also thinking about the Lego idea, and Brendan Finley. I want to talk about what we're actually supposed to be talking about, which is the process. I have grave concerns about the ranking worksheet. Thinking of myself filling it out, I might feel that something is extremely important and want desperately to check that off, but not think it belongs on that site, but perhaps it's an amenity or an item that if placed on 2nd Street or 3rd Street would draw patrons to those businesses and allow us to expand downtown in multiple directions. And I don't see how that sheet allows me to answer the question honestly about what's important to me and yet actually provide the input that we actually need for this process. So I don't know how that can be dealt with, but perhaps it's too simple the way it's laid out. Related to that is the idea of ramifications of voting for something. Someone might say, I don't want housing downtown, but we have to have housing. So what are the ramifications of not having housing downtown? Does that mean we're going to have to press up against our urban growth boundary? That may not be preferable. So if there can be more information provided so that when we're expressing our opinions, we know the ramifications of expressing those opinions and can make a wiser decision. Otherwise, our community input is worthless. Let's see, number 3, I saw on one of the slides, I'm sorry I didn't catch what it was, the word theater. To the best of my knowledge, there is no plan, none of these plans include a theater. Adding retractable seating or a specific lighting system or something to a room that is actually meant to be a convention center or a space that's meant to be an outdoor concert venue, it does not a theater make. And as someone who has spent my life in the professional theater, I respectfully request that you not use the word theater if you do not intend to build one. Number 4, how's this for an idea? Concept sketches instead of plans. The word plan is freaking us out. They are concept sketches. Number 5. I totally applaud all of the key learnings. They were very well worded. I totally understood them. I could follow them. And also reiterate those of us that are in favor of fiscal responsibility. It's very important, and this I can speak on behalf of my board of Livermore Shakespeare as well as myself, that we are fiscally responsible, we are fiscally conservative, and we want to make sure that we understand that if money is going to be drawn out of some fund or another, or even donations, what is that going to cost us to get that big dream? Because again, we're weighing options. If we spend money on one thing, we're not spending it on something else that we may very well need. Thank you.
And by the way, Cyrano de Bergerac was absolutely magnificent, and Midsummer Night's Dream was wonderful. So thank you.
Yeah, it was a high point for us as well.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
The best I've ever seen.
Big leap up, yeah.
Asa Strout, Donna Caban, and Veronica Stewart-Long.
Hi, my name is Asa, Livermore resident, born and raised. I just wanted to also say thanks for the packet. This outreach program is actually very comprehensive based on some of the stuff I've been hearing. I actually didn't expect it to be this comprehensive, so kudos to you for doing so much work to really gather all these thoughts together. I did have 2 comments for it. Specifically, I wanted to make sure that the outreach program did a strong focus on those underrepresented communities. For example, the Latino community in Livermore is 20% of the population, but if you look around the room, it's definitely not 20% of the people that are here today. So we need to make sure that we focus on that, and then maybe put an extra emphasis on making sure that when we do the district meeting for them, that we try to really get the word out as much as possible, because they deserve, the overall community deserves an equal opportunity to speak. So I did want to focus on that one. The second, I think a lot of people are kind of confused on affordable housing. So I'm wondering if we can put a piece in there about what exactly affordable housing is, who qualifies for it. Because I know there's a recent news out there that said a family of 4 making $86,000 or less qualifies as low income in the Alameda County. And that's actually a significant amount of money that people may not even realize they qualify for affordable housing. So I think maybe that may change some opinions on if they're in favor of affordable housing or not. So I think we should have an education on what exactly it is and who qualifies for it. And the last thing is, I did want to have a slight critique of the committee. The fact that there was a group of individuals who came into the committee with kind of almost seemed like the sole purpose to change the scope from an outreach plan to developing a plan and then presenting that plan, I think is a bit just disingenuous to the process. And I think we can do better than that as a committee or as a community to really ask for the best out of our committees. And so Councilman Spadowski asked what can we do to add teeth to it. I think we should consider future committee placements as a way of enforcing the good faith of the committee to say, this is for outreach, and if you come in here and you try to change it, or you do change it, or, for example, when we ask the committee members to make a commitment to really take a step back and have the process of community outreach and community engagement happen, that if they don't, in good faith follow that. There's nothing against the law or the rules really, but we can say, we're asking you this out of good faith. If you don't follow that process, then the next time we do a downtown steering committee, you're not going to be considered. So that's one thing to consider, because I do think that there was a contingent. For example, there was a member on this committee who was in the audience who should be right here at this table who quit for the exact reason of it was outreach, but by the end of it felt like it was more of a planning meeting. So that was my critique and my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strout. Perfect timing. Donna Caban, Veronica Stewart-Long, Derek Eddy.
Thank you for allowing the public to have a greater role in planning downtown Livermore. And a special thanks to the Downtown Steering Committee, spent countless hours reviewing possible plans. A number one priority should be open space. Livermore residents have supported and protected open space for decades, as demonstrated by the passage of Measure D, South Livermore Plan, land easements, and additional acreage to existing parks and trails whenever possible. A maximum amount of open space and common space areas should be reflected in the downtown area After all, that is what makes us different from other cities. An East Side hotel would create an unworkable parking situation for years to come. Visually, an East Side hotel will present a very boxy, unattractive skyline. Views from an East Side hotel will be a brick wall. Locating the hotel on the west side, therefore, should be a top priority because it is visually more attractive and inviting. I would support a plan that offers the most open space and the least amount of housing, and I think the majority of residents would agree to that. The report suggests that open space would be more expensive to maintain, but the city has several ways to finance more open space, including selling bonds and/or the creation of special lighting districts. Livermore has required lighting district fees in all new residential developments since 1990 to maintain larger and more attractive landscaping, green areas, public areas, and planted medians. Because lighting district fees are collected annually, this funding mechanism could be used to offset open space maintenance fees for downtown, therefore eliminating the more expensive costs. A West Side hotel, a maximum amount of open space, the least amount of housing, and I'm not opposed to housing, but housing doesn't have to go downtown, will provide the critical elements for a viable and successful downtown. And I would just like to say one other comment. I was disturbed tonight to see that specific members on the community were being called out individually to make promises. That is not professional. Everybody on that committee worked very hard, and I don't think it's appropriate for other individuals on the committee to air differences publicly during a city council meeting, and I hope the city council would stop any future activity like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Caban. Veronica Stewart Long and Derek Eddy.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I grew up here, left for a long time, came back with my kids, I'm going to be honest. I want to come up here and say something smart, but I'm really having a lot of trouble figuring out what we're talking about. I see that what it says we're going to talk about, but then I hear what people are talking about, and anyway, I'm going to try. Okay, as far as the engagement of, what are we calling it? Community engagement. When I read the plan, I just see getting the word out. The components are getting the word out and the channels, using multiple channels. And I see all kinds of stuff about getting word out and putting tents up and going this and that and internet. I don't see anything about how data is being collected. You want to get input, but how is it being collected? I've heard people say they want it transparent. Okay, but how is the input being collected? So I'm just sort of curious about that. Maybe it's in the report and I missed it somewhere. So that's one thing. The other thing I wonder about is if people can really address that. So they're at the farmer's market, they have a whining kid and they're carrying a heavy bag and they're going to get educated on downtown and provide input. I don't know. It might work. I'm an optimist. So anyway, I'm a little curious about that process. The other thing I wonder about is just taking a step back. I feel like we're asking people to talk about, okay, Let's talk about football and basketball. Okay, basketball, we got courts and we got these kind of clothes and these kind of shoes, and football, we got fields and these kind of and helmets and this stuff, and really we should be talking about, we're talking about exercise. That's what we're, it's like, why are we talking about this stuff? We're talking about exercise. But we're here talking about all the little parts. People might get lost in the little parts. That's one part of it. Another part is they might not know how to talk about traffic. They might not know how to talk about parking spaces. And so if you're trying to get feedback on that from man on the street, they might not be the best people to ask. So.
And it was you that did all the work on with the dumped dog, right?
I am.
Thank you so much. It renewed my faith in mankind. That was absolutely wonderful. So thank you so much for doing that.
She went to a home today.
Oh, terrific. Thank you. Long story, but it's a great one. Derek Eddy.
Yeah, Derek Eddy, Purple Orchid Wine Country Resort and Spa here. So we do have some boutique lodging, just like I said, not nearly enough. I don't think we have an open, actually I know we don't have an open weekend until November. That's how much in demand that this market needs a boutique hotel. And I mean, people always ask, like, you have the market cornered. Why would you want competition? And I always say the same thing over and over. Competition is going to raise the entire valley. It's going to raise our resort. It's going to raise the wineries, the vibrant downtown, the breweries, and things like that. So I think it's just going to be amazing once it's done. The one thing I wanted to just mention is I've had the privilege of having lunch with the people from Presidio. They made it an effort to come out and see me. And the thing that I liked about it is, they're not just trying to build a hotel, open the doors, and let the success of Livermore come in and fill their rooms. They want to build a resort that drives people here, a destination like you want to stay there. And I was really, that was neat that they were, vested in Livermore that way of not just being here, but being part of the community and driving people here. So I think you guys did a great job, picking your partner. They're ready to go, so I think it's just time to let them go. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eddy. Okay, we got through it. Thank you ever so much for all of your comments tonight. We got some great comments, some very astute and very, very thoughtful comments. So with that, I'm going to close the public comment period. And let's bring it back to the council. So I will, I'll hand it off to the chair of the committee here for your comments and input, insights.
Oh, my comments?
Comments, insights.
Well, I appreciate, like many people, I guess I'll just repeat what we've been saying. I appreciate all the time and the energy that the committee has put in. I also appreciate the comments from the public. It's an interesting mix of comments tonight, I thought. I think most people stuck to the topic on outreach, so I appreciate that. And I think we got some good suggestions and some things that maybe we hadn't thought about. And I do share some of the concerns about, it's going to appear like a fire hose of information to people that have not been engaged in this. And but I have every confidence in David Early and his team and the staff and to be able to handle that. The other thing that I would remind all of us is that we all take in information in different ways. And so a pop-up event may seem like a very strange thing to some of us, but it works for some people. May not work for me, may not work for you, but it'll work for some people. And that's the point, is to make sure that we have the opportunity to communicate with as many people in as many venues as possible. I remember when I was working, somebody would say, well, it was in the email. Well, yeah, it probably was, but not everybody reads every bloody email they get every day. And if you're working, I don't get so many emails.
You're still working.
Now I'm still working, right? But God, you get dozens and dozens of emails a day when I was at Sandia, and it was hard to pick out the important ones sometimes. So my point is that yes, it may some of the communication schemes may seem odd and may not work for you, but they will work for some people. And frankly, we're taking the talent and the expertise of PlaceWorks. They've done this kind of thing before. And so I think we're all trusting them and their opinions and their expertise in this is to make sure that we get as much coverage as possible. I also appreciate the points made by some about reaching out to the underrepresented communities. This has been a subject I think we've talked about from the very beginning. I know I brought it up early on in conversations when we first started putting the steering committee together. And I know it's been on the minds of some of the people on the steering committee over the past few weeks and months. But I think, again, we're going to try to make a really concerted effort to reach out to those communities because obviously they're an important part of our citizenry here, and they need to be included just as much as everybody else. So I think that's, I thought the ramifications of expressing your opinions that Ms. Trumovich brought up was an interesting one. I guess I hadn't thought about it quite that way. So I think, that was just one example of something that caught my attention, but there are other things as well from the public. So I think we need to keep those kinds of things in mind. I think I'm done with.
Oh, you're still mid-thought there. Okay. Okay. Councilmember Warner, since you were the vice chair of the committee.
Oh, a couple of thoughts, and I must confess at this point I'm quite jet lagged because I got up 26 hours ago or so. But I think the process actually worked, and I would just very pleasantly surprised, and I think Councilmember Carling has pointed this out, that the exercise of actually having your little cutouts and putting it on the thing kind of worked, and came up with some good elements to consider. And so, but I will admit also that the steering committee process was a little bit bumpy, and I commend everybody for sticking through on it because it was really hard work. But I do think good stuff came out of it. I do think a couple of the comments about whether we call these things concept sketches or things, we really do have to think about that naming. I think that's important because we really do need to continually stress that it's not about one thing or another, but it's really the element. So I think that those were a good suggestion. And then thinking about the making it clear what the consequences are of the choices, and Alan Brennan mentioned it, and Lisa Thomas. So I want this, but am I willing to pay for it? That's quite a bit different. A lot of people will say, yeah, I want you to pay for this, and that works. And that there's unlimited amounts in the city coffers, and there aren't. So the whole thing, that when we get down to the practicality of this, I think when we do the outreach, maybe a little bit more connection to the consequences. I thought that was another good suggestion. So I think refining the materials, and then what was also said about the checklist of things, or ranking the items. I think we do have to be careful about the phrasing. I think several people mentioned that, and that's again, it gets connected into the consequences perhaps. So I think there was a lot of very good suggestions tonight out of the comments as to how to improve the outreach process, which was the focus of the evening.
Vice Mayor?
Just continue down the table. First, I'd like to thank Council Members Warner and Carling for taking this on and helping organize the group and all the work that they've accomplished. I almost want to give a running high five down the table there and extend it to staff and consultants in the back. I think everybody is, they've done an excellent job with what they were tasked to do. They've done also an excellent job in possibly going a little bit further and starting off some of the discussion points. I do agree with wording the plans as concepts, underlining it, highlighting it, putting it in Comic Sans and italicized, whatever you need to do to emphasize that it is a draft concept whiff of a plan. That would be great at this point. You know, I've said throughout this entire process that I am trying to keep in mind the character and feel of our current downtown. And that's one of my goals, is to make sure that we don't change the character and feel of what we have now to the point where we look back and go, gee, I wish we didn't do that and made a mistake. You know, there was a comment about Blacksmith Square, either demolishing it or, dwarfing it. I'm very concerned about Blacksmith Square. That is, I can tell you right now, that is something I would never advocate for modifying or dwarfing or doing anything to Blacksmith Square. I think it's a wonderful area. There were comments about heights and massing, and I can't wait to get into that aspect of the talk and the plan. We also have to look at setbacks. I mean, we're looking at squares on a two-dimensional map right now, but the height, the massing, and the setbacks of the developments are going to be very, very important. I see development going on in the Tri-Valley right now where there is basically zero setback from the sidewalk, 4 stories tall, and I look at that and it's just like I don't want that for us. So we are beginning tonight. That's how I feel. We're beginning with the public input process and making sure that we're looking at all aspects of what's going on. So I want to thank everybody, in particular the audience that has hung around for this kickoff, and I am optimistic that we're going to come to some kind of agreement that will satisfy everybody, and everybody will be so happy. I guarantee you, it'll be the best agreement ever, best plan. So,
yes,
there you go.
Councilmember Coomber.
So I'll be quicker. Everybody said so many good things tonight. We heard so much out of the audience tonight, and I remember, in fact, to all the vintners here and winemakers, we heard you. My wife has been telling me this for 20 years that we think we're big time. Our wines are big time, but we got no place for anybody to stay in town here. So that's been something in the front of our minds. And I would say, I heard you. I mean, it makes perfect sense. So I think you'd be way up high on the list right now to get something built downtown there. I'm concerned about the outreach. I'm concerned, maybe too strong a word. I do want to see somehow that we reach the most members of this community than we've ever done during an outreach program. How do we do that? I don't know. We've got some really good ideas, and I think we've got some really good people working on it. And thank you, Mr. Early, for guiding the steering committee down to this time right here where we're pretty happy with the 4 ideas that we have out there. And I, too, will also resounded. When I saw plan A, B, C, or D, I just thought, oh, my God, what am I going to be hearing now? Which plan do you like? Hey, sounds familiar. So I'm glad this is going the way it's going. If we can change the terminology to describe each plan as, whether it's concept or whatever, break out the thesaurus and find something novel that works. Because I, for one, am really looking forward to this. Moving forward from here, not so much, I'm glad we didn't have to focus on anything specific tonight other than listening to all of you. It meant a lot. We heard you all. I'm really concerned that the outreach is done correctly so we can get everybody's input, that it isn't that the faces we see here all the time are not the individuals we hear from when the time comes that we double or triple that amount from those people who normally chime in at council meetings. So we thank you all for doing so. But we'd sure like to see more faces in here, more different ones, and hear some different perspectives and ideas. So we'll have that chance now. as the outreach program goes on, as we consider where to go from here. I think we've got a really good handle on how we're going to move forward now. But the main thing is I want to see this get done. And this is a great start. We're off to a real good start. I think this meeting was a fantastic one. So thank you all for staying up so late.
All right. Very good. Thank you very much. So one of the things that I think one of the great comments that sort of underscores the whole reason we're here tonight was Gina Bonanno at the very beginning said, what are the metrics for success? How do we know that what we're doing is working? And how do we know this is succeeding? And another comment, how are we going to include, as we start talking about these things, funding strategies? Because as we heard another speaker tonight say, what's it going to cost and who's going to pay for it? And I think this is important because we heard another speaker say, well, set it up like a lighting district or a landscape maintenance district, because then the residents pay for that. Because that's the way a landscape maintenance district works, is the residents pay for it. But at the same time, the speaker said they didn't want any residents in the downtown. So who's the owner of this parcel? It's the city. So we're going to assess the city the costs of maintaining all of this, but that's the public, and that's the public that we're reaching out to. So we need to be very careful that, right back to what the speaker said, what's it going to cost and who's going to pay for it? Because ultimately what you want is what you're willing to pay for. I think that's going to be a major consideration as we continue to roll this out. Another speaker, what is the process after the process? And I think that's great. Yeah. So where do we go from here? And this is where it's coming back to the council for our discussion tonight. And I think what we need to do is talk about, the specifics. And I think the first thing right now is coming back to discussion and direction, because this is what we're here for. What are we going to direct the council, from the council to the staff right now? And we heard a lot of comments, great comments about where we go. And as Councilmember Carling said, most people stuck to the outreach. So the downtown public engagement plan. So where are we comfortable with where it is now, with what we've heard tonight? Do we want to add anything else to that? Where's the council on direction for that?
So I think we need to.
I need just 15 more minutes from you, Bob.
Well, we might be more than that, but anyway, I think that a lot of we heard some very good suggestions on how to do the outreach and to incorporate them into the plan. So I don't know if I have to enumerate them all, but we just went through a few of them. But especially making sure that we're real clear about what we're asking and trying to minimize this confusion. I like the thing about the Lego blocks. I mean, there's some stuff here that I think we can do better, and I think the plan has to incorporate those suggestions.
And focusing on elements.
Right. That's it. The other thing that we have yet to do tonight is talk about the sections here on the principles for the outreach and the rules for engaging the public, too. Mm-hmm. We have to get that direction. So generally on the outreach plan, I think it's pretty good, but with a few tweaks, especially around making it simpler to get the information more quickly and making sure that list on on those topics is concise and phrased well.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
So I think Mr. Early mentioned or staff mentioned there were 7 items that you needed input on tonight.
There's 8.
So,
right. There's 8.
Yeah, it's okay. So let's go through each one carefully. I just want to make sure that given the hour, that we address them kind of in order, one at a time.
And we've been taking some notes here and probably have a couple of simplifying comments as to some of the adjustments that were suggested. And maybe if I could ask David to walk through some of those, because we ultimately do need direction, perhaps starting essentially with some of the adjustments that we would propose to you based on your direction, the steering committee's questions and direction, and comments from the public. with your indulgence, Honorable Mayor, do you want us to at least summarize what at least the starting of our list here?
Okay, just maybe just quickly run down the list of the key components and what sort of direction you're looking for, because we have heard an awful lot tonight.
Yeah, there has been an awful lot, and I want to echo also that I thought that the input from the committee, as the council and committee discussed together, as well as the input from the community, was all very, very valuable. And I think there's a lot of relatively fine-tuning that we can make that I think is within the direction of the documents in front of you. And so I don't know that you need to act on every item that we heard about this evening, but I did take note of several items that I think apply within the 8 items that are before you this evening. And what I'd like to do is go through all of them. You can take notes as well, and then if you feel appropriate, you might either look at all 8 together or do 3 or 4 at a time, or if we need to, we can go back 1 at a time as you think is appropriate. But so the first item before you is the outreach plan itself. And I made note of 3 items that are really more for clarification than anything, but I think they are worth mentioning. The first is that we really want to underscore that this is an outreach process that's focused on individual elements. It's not about selecting one of the 4 concepts. It's about looking at individual issues that are illustrated by the concepts and being able to comment on those elements. So that's the first thing I wanted to underscore. The second is that we will, on an ongoing basis, give updates on participation. This question of are we achieving our goals, we will be tracking that, and we will be reporting to you about that so that we're sure we're staying on track. And thirdly, I want to again underscore that this concept of Lego pieces is one that will be implemented at all the places we can, that people will come to workshops or come to pop-up events and be encouraged to actually work with the maps of the 4 concepts, get out scissors and tape and cut them up and paste them back down on a blank map and build their own alternative, their own concept using the blocks that are coming from the 4 concepts that we've developed. So that very nature of being able to build your own with building blocks is there as well. So with those 3 clarifications, I would suggest that is a good summary of the changes and additions that are needed to the outreach plan we've put together, and that you might otherwise accept it as presented to you. The second item is the learnings, and we certainly heard a number of comments about the learnings tonight, but there were none for me that boiled down to a specific change that I think you need to direct. We'll certainly be continuing to fine-tune the messages, making sure they're more clear, but I didn't make any notes of specific items there. The third item before you are what we have been calling the alternatives. And I think the first directive we've heard emerge here tonight is the consideration for giving those some other names, concepts, concept sketches, drafts. So I think you would possibly accept those with the caveat that we rethink the way we name them, and also with 2 sets of changes that you talked about just before the public comment period. And the first of those is that on East Side Alternative or Concept A, East Side A, we will add a floor of parking, and we will also revise the plan slightly to match the current plan from Presidio. On West Side Concept A, we would accept a series of revisions that Gene King and Jeff Caskey are going to make available to us this evening. And that otherwise, with those 2 sets of changes in place, you would accept the concepts as they've been presented to you to move forward into the process.
The flexible concepts.
The flexible concepts. The draft possible flexible concept sketches.
Suggested concepts.
Right, exactly. Moving along, the next 2 items are the evaluation workbook and the ranking worksheet. I have 4 comments at this point, or 4 sets of changes about the workbook. And you might ask me to come back to these if you want me to, but I'll go over them very quickly now. On the workbook, we had suggestions from the committee to add background and vision, to provide some information, for instance, about where Livermore fits in the region, population background, comments about housing and affordable housing. All of those would go into a background section. Number 2 is to re-edit again. Something we already tried to do is to take out any subjectiveness. Jeff Caskey pointed to one example of the word valuable amenity, which we would take out, and we would re-edit again just to try and get any other subjectivity removed. The third would be to give more explanatory background about some of the findings. People asked, for instance, tonight, why would West Side A have a longer delay? than the others when it comes to traffic at one of the intersections. So where those things are not obvious in terms of the explanation, we would add those. And then the fourth and final change for the workbook would be a suggestion that we just heard, is to give some more information about funding options, either on the page about financing or perhaps as some sort of appendix. So those would be 4 changes to the workbook, which you might otherwise accept as presented to you. On the worksheet, we had 3 suggested changes. The first is to add a place for people to supply demographic information about themselves, so we can track that information. The second is to add traffic and circulation with a brief explanation as a 10th item for ranking. And the third is to add a comment box so that people can give other comments that they might have, for instance, about their feelings about housing, their feelings about open space, their feelings about some items that perhaps should be located outside of these 2 catalyst sites but elsewhere in the downtown. All of those items could go into comment boxes. So that would be 3 sets of changes to the worksheet, which you might otherwise accept as given to you. Your next 2 items, items 6 and 7, are what I've been calling the development assurances. I think they have a different name in our discussion here. Is that what should I call them?
The principles of outreach and the rules for.
Well, I don't want to go to the rules of engagement quite yet, but the principles of outreach and the regulatory tools are number 6 and 7, and I think those, I didn't hear any comment on those, and you might accept them as provided to you. And then lastly are the rules for engagement, which I heard a general acceptance of, but I think a desire from some council members to poll all the members of the committee, and I think very clearly not just a few, but all of them, to find out if committee members as individuals and representatives of their organizations are willing to accept those rules or if they need any fine-tuning. And that would be the 8th of the items. So that's a summary. I can go through that again, piece by piece, or how you like, but I think gives you a sense of, at least for me, what I think are some of the outcomes for this evening.
It's impressive summary from all those comments.
I'm always amazed when we sort of ramble up here, all of a sudden they come through and distill everything down exactly as they said.
So there are a couple of things. One is, I think that what I heard mentioned was to somehow elaborate more on the consequences of the options. And I don't think in your summary right there that I heard that.
The consequences of the concepts, the things formerly known as
alternatives. I mean, in other words, to be clearer what how much something is going to cost. What are the other unintended consequences of doing something? So I heard something in the public comment about needing to be clearer on the impact of the choices. Something doesn't come along for nothing.
Where would that go?
Right. So I think
where?
No, that wasn't the rules. It was just that as you're asking people for, especially in the ranking worksheet, make it clear what the implications are of the choices. That's why I heard some. I can go back through my notes, but I heard a request to maybe elaborate a little bit better on what's really at stake when you make a choice.
All right, we can certainly add that to the list. It sounds like for both the workbook and the worksheet.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That I don't think was in your list. That you just
the workbook explanation.
And then the other thing is we've deferred the conversation on what is called here in the thing, the principles of outreach and the rules for engaging. So we said we were going to do that later. So that's why you haven't heard any comments on it so far. Mm-hmm. And so my question is now when we start going through that, or
I'd say this is the.
Well, if I could, if there were not a lot of comments about my first 3 or 5, maybe you take those, get them done, and then come back.
Oh, okay. I think that you nailed all of those.
Yeah, I'm good with the first 5, except for that one suggestion.
And I think having the comment
through the worksheet
on the worksheet, I think that's important because if housing was very important, you gave an opportunity to say yes, you want it, or no, you don't. And either way, or open space, similar sort of thing. If it's very important, so it gives it an opportunity to qualify just a numerical ranking. I think that worked very well.
So I'd move approval of the outreach plan, the learnings, the alternatives, the evaluation workbook, and the worksheet with the comments that Mr. Early made, the revisions. Plus,
Okay.
you had one more. What was that?
Consequence.
Just escaped you. Huh?
Yeah.
They got it. They got
I was
it.
writing it. They got it. So with the amendments as
I'll
was
second.
stated earlier.
Okay, moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Werner. Is the motion clear for everybody? Okay, any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. So are we, we're done with the, we're done to regulatory tools, rules for engagement?
Principles of outreach. I think Bob had some points that he wanted to bring up.
Right. Yeah. So just I guess a couple of minor wording changes, and then one significant, building on what Vice Mayor Spadowski said. So I don't know if I'd call them principles of outreach, but it's maybe during outreach or for outreach. It's not of. It's the reason that I asked for this section is that we even heard it tonight. People are worried about, well, if you don't do this, then that'll happen and all of this. And, you know, for instance, you've got to build it all now or we can't trust what will happen in the future. So there are a certain sort of, I would say, design principles that we've already subscribed to that really we don't need the public to get spun up on, you know, it's not helpful. So that's what I mean by these things. I don't know what the right name is for it, but it's sort of goals we've already, or design principles we've already are thinking about or leaning towards or something like that. So that's what I mean. So even the name of the section has got to be a little bit clear. But some of the things, so some of the minor comments here where it says the first one, consider stable land uses. And I would add to it, consider only stable land use. We're not going to do something, we're not going to consider anything other than that. And then on the third one down, deliver sufficient additional parking spaces to meet demand. Not just additional, but sufficient additional. Then develop the community open space that is, I would just use the word actively usable, safe and synergistic with adjacent uses by all demographics, not just one group. And then the other one, there are two other ones here. One is that, as I say, that Vice Mayor Spadowski mentioned, is that I personally am also agree with what he said, that the massing really does concern me, and that in no way do I want to see Blacksmith Square devalued or overshadowed or in any way. So I don't know if we've got a third on here, we could add that as to one of our fundamental design principles. And then the other one is, maybe it's kind of a joke, but I mean, the point is we are not going back to the Lennar plan. And we could also add, we're not going to take Mart to downtown. I mean, it's that kind of thing, right? I mean, it's over. So the people who worry about, oh, well, if we don't build everything everywhere, then we're going to come back to Lennar, I think that's, that's over. And so I would like to say that in these principles so we don't get people spun up on, the history of stuff. It's no longer relevant. So that's my suggestions for modifying those things. So if I can, okay. I'll let it at that. So I'd like to hear what others think.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, towards the last point, the minimize massing to avoid overshadowing First Street businesses, I would just put minimize massing heights. I don't know. See, most people don't understand setbacks. Except for the government wonks that are in the room right now. You say setbacks. But most people, he goes, what is that? But I think a last bullet that just generally states, minimize massing, heights, that kind of language and general impact. I don't know, but I mean it is a goal.
And so part of that is to define what you're going after. So one version of that would be minimize massing to avoid overshadowing surrounding businesses and uses.
Yeah,
that's one thing. In another case, and I think maybe actually just defining that, because there might be a case where having a 2-story or a 3-story building edge might be helpful. To define a street edge, for example. So I think talking about the thing you're trying to avoid would be clear, because I think we heard reactions saying, a 5-level structure right behind essentially a 1-story building mass on First Street was something a lot of people reacted to. I think your other sensitive receptor here is Blacksmith Square, at least as far as height. So perhaps that's clarity enough, and we can also work on refining that concept a little bit.
Yeah, I think you have generally what I'm trying to ramble at this point. So, yeah.
Well, I think it's specifically First Street and Blacksmith Square are 2 items that have to be called out.
So including First Street and Blacksmith Square.
We can do that.
You good with the other suggestions I made?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyone, okay?
We're good.
Yep.
So we got general consensus on that? Does that need a motion, or is that just sufficient direction? Okay.
I'll also move what I just said.
And
I'll so second whatever you so moved.
Okay. The city clerk, did you catch that sufficiently?
The motion from Warner, and it's a tie between.
Nope, I defer.
Okay. Very good,
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. So sufficient direction. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any no? Abstentions? It passes unanimously. All right, very good. So that's the regulatory tools.
That was the principles of outreach. Now you have the regulatory tools.
Okay.
And I didn't hear any changes to those, but maybe that's also because it hadn't been discussed yet.
Yeah, I have a couple of comments. So deferred. So I can start with that if you want. So
go for it. You got the floor.
The second bullet, it says avoid the dissemination. I don't. We're not talking about avoiding it because we're not going to do it. I think what we're trying to talk about is discourage outside entities from disseminating.
That's what he's working on.
Things outside the process. So it's not avoid, but I would just say discourage. I'd just change that. And then the third bullet, and I think it was also brought up by some people, it's just when we get in there, is the same weight as one at the end where it says this, we're going to go through multiple outreach engagement events, and that one attendee who participates in multiple outreach and engagement events will get the same weight as all the others. It wasn't clear to me how you're intending to do that.
The first way we're going to intend to do that is to request that actually people sign in on that. So part of that is a requirement for basically a name is probably more than we've traditionally done in our outreach processes. But many times we do ask people to sign in and provide their contact information so we can actually keep them updated in the process. The vast majority of people actually do that. We've traditionally ended up with very large lists when we've done outreach processes before. So that would be one method to at least be clear on sort of attendance. And then also, that's also how we count whether we're getting distinct number of people or, so we usually do 2 things, a total count and actually an individual count that are unique. It's not perfect, but it actually does go a long way toward.
All right, any further comments? So that's.
I'll move we accept the rules of engagement with that modification that Councilmember Warner made.
Okay, moved, and I will go ahead. Second, okay. Any discussion?
Yeah, just a quick discussion on the item. We're calling it rules for engaging the public, but I think it's more of a how we are tallying or how we're assessing the engagement that we're receiving. So I don't know. I mean, I go back to my earlier comment. If you're creating a rule, what's the penalty for not following the rule, and who are we saying this rule should apply to? So I think it mostly applies to how I think we should gauge or tally the public comment. I don't necessarily know exactly why it's considered a rule.
Best practices, perhaps?
So, yeah, best management practices, BMPs. I don't know. I'm starting to like fade into my next job.
Well, I'm agreeing. You take the rules out, but
yeah.
This is a case of principles for engaging the public at this point.
Something like
so
that.
just go with that.
Okay, principles for engaging
Principles
the
is
public.
fine, yeah.
Yeah.
Principles
Okay,
affect.
principles for engaging the public.
Thank you.
Because we're conducting ourselves in a principled manner.
Yeah.
And I guess the question for the council on this one, you did discuss this at some length earlier as to whether you were looking for consensus between the council and the steering committee representatives, or whether that's not part of this action. In other words,
I thought that was for the
the
rules
question is
for
that these are, and so there was earlier, because it sounded like from many members of the steering committee, actually there were consensus on these general items. There were some other items, such as not advocating a point of view, that were taken off the table. It seemed as if you were dangerously close to agreeing. I didn't know whether you wanted to explicitly ask that question.
No, that's why I changed the word from avoid to discourage. I think that covers it.
Okay.
And that's sufficient.
Okay, so direction or a motion on this one? Okay, motion? Okay.
So I'll move it.
So we've changing the wording, principles, and other changes.
And avoid to discourage.
Okay. Move.
So I so move. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Coomber.
Were we going to ask was this the one we were going to ask the poll? How do we do this then?
Do we want to vote on the issue first and then poll the, once we make the determination?
Either way, you might ask for the poll first.
Okay. All right. So can you restate the motion then for the SA
I think the
poll?
way if I could interject here, the way I would do this is I would ask the committee members individually the question, if we vote yes on this, and we haven't yet, but if we all vote yes on this, will you agree to follow these guidelines? I think that's the question at hand. And then they can answer yes, no, or some other way. And then based on those answers, then you will decide further whether to amend it, vote, or whatever you want to do.
Okay.
I'd like to make a comment on that. Sure. I think we should agree on the language. And personally, I don't feel like we need to poll each. First, some of the members have already left. Okay, how do we account for those members? Second, I just think that we ask people to follow the principles for engaging the public.
Yeah,
I mean, if you poll people, I just, there's too many uncertainties. Again, it's the murky pond that we're walking into here. I think that just, we agree on a set of principles and politely ask people that they respect that, or if not, that's their choice. So I just don't see the value in polling at this point.
Well, then it's a matter of honor, and the fact that that's how we conduct ourselves. Yeah, we're bound by the Brown Act, and most of the issues of the Brown Act, that's personal honor, because you can't follow everybody all the time, and who they've spoken with. So it just comes down to a matter of honor, and we would ask that everybody conduct themselves in an honorable fashion.
And that's what I'm suggesting, is just we ask people to follow these principles. I think as a vote of elected officials that, it's a good thing for us to do it since we are directly elected. They're not. They were appointed either by us or by their groups. So I don't necessarily see the value in anybody raising their hand or polling and saying, I swear by this, or I agree to it.
So I lost track of why were we thinking about this? I lost track. It must have been hours ago when we.
Well, can I just say one thing, just real quick? The reason I changed the word avoid to discourage is so that we didn't have to do this polling thing, and these are the principles for how the city government is going to conduct the outreach. So I just leave it at that. And so if we observe people that aren't following these principles, then we have this word discourage, and we'll figure that out. So I'm with the vice mayor on here. I think we're done.
Okay, so what we do is we take the vote, and then we just rely on the fact that we can trust and that we will all work honorably in this fashion.
Well, there's always that trust but verify, right? So,
Right. But
we've
it comes
got,
down to
I mean,
that.
we're all, from here. So, but the point is, I think we're done. And we've got the word discourage in there, and that gives us, we can deal with any kind of bad behavior.
Okay, so with that, I will call the question on the motion, but we encourage an honorable engagement of the public.
Right.
Okay, so with that, I'll call for the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you very much, and we shall go forth and engage the public and conduct ourselves in an honorable fashion.
Yeah, we got one more. Well, one more section here.
We skipped over regulatory options. That was number 7.
Got 2 more?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll get back there. Regulatory tools to achieve
I
desired.
thought we had already.
No.
We didn't.
They called
I was
regulatory
confused
tools,
on
and
the order.
Councilmember Warner jumped into the rules.
Right, so-
Right.
No,
Thank you, Drew.
you're jet lagged. I understand.
So on the, you do have the tools here. If the council wishes to give us direction as to if you would like to see some version of these items either described or disseminated, or whether you wish to ultimately have us do any further work on these in anticipation of ultimately coming up with an alternative that would be implemented.
What did he just say?
So the
That's
question
why I
is-
didn't take a vote at 10:30.
So our first,
Tentative silence there.
all right. So our
Let
first
me- let
question
me-
is, you're not required to take any action on this item.
Right. Let me just make a suggestion.
Okay.
So the point again of this section was that, and again, it was my, I'm the one who initiated it, was again to allay fears with respect to the Lennar plan. People want to leverage that in their advocacy thing, and I'm trying to make sure that that's not leverageable. And that was the point of that. And so I think all we need to do during the outreach process is just point out that a couple of things. We're going to eventually come up with a plan, and when we do, we will proscribe what's going to happen. And once the community has given us the input and we've made the decision as to what the housing amount is, we'll lock it in. Because what we heard in the comments tonight, one or at least one, if not 2 people said, well, if you don't build it all, then you know what's going to happen, and you're going to have Lennar. So we've already put in the earlier thing on the principles that the aspirations. We're not going to bring back Lennar, and this is just one further. We're not bringing it back. And anybody who keeps harping on that, bringing it back, is just doing so, I think, doing harm to the community, frankly, because it's not where we're going. So that's what this point is. So I don't think we have to decide tonight, but just make it clear in the outreach materials that we're seriously considering and have tools at our disposal. That once the thing is decided, it will be decided.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Just a quick comment on that. So building off of that, I think downtown specific plan amendment, development agreements, and easements are the way to, or the items that we should research, because initiative is very inflexible and very permanent, and moratorium is the exact opposite of an initiative. It's temporary and too flexible. So if you want to knock 2 off the list, those would be.
I agree. I was going to go there too. So
So I think the combination of the 3 items that I mentioned, specific plan amendment, development agreement, and in particular easements. I've dealt with open space easements in my career, but I've never really dealt with, urban, rural, or urban easements where you're saying, yes, this is permanent open space. I think if you were to have the right set of easements in downtown, it would make it impossible. In particular, when you describe it to people who don't understand an easement that is no longer controlled by the city, it's controlled by another entity, that's pretty darn permanent. So those 3, would be the three that I suggest.
So I agree.
Okay.
Do we have the others?
Any consensus? Okay.
I'm good.
So
I got, yeah, okay.
All right.
So
second.
I'll also move that, and then you'll second.
Also
and then,
second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed unanimously.
I got one more thing.
One more. Okay.
One more thing I want to say.
Okay.
And you have one more item technically on your list, and we want to make sure that the omission is on purpose, is your steering committee is going to expire in just a few hours. Not to discourage that in any way, shape, or form. But we do want to make sure that inaction tonight will mean that tomorrow their duty will be complete, they will be discharged, and that'll be the end of the activity.
With our undying gratitude.
Very good. So that is the last of your items on your agenda that you had to take action.
We do not need to take action because
do
that will no action will be a decision. Okay.
Okay.
So you have one more.
I have one more item I want to mention, and bear with me. We don't have matters initiated tonight, so I'm going to bring it up in matters initiated next time. But this bears on what we've been talking about tonight, and I want people to know about it during this outreach process. And it's, I'll just bear with me for a little bit, but it's just incredible in my mind. But what I'm going to talk about is we can enable building an affordable housing project of 50 to 70 units on the 2.5 acres of city land just down the street here. We can offset a significant portion of the $14 million obligation for the core downtown property. We can assure that the downtown plan will include ample green space to be actively enjoyed by all. We can recognize the significant contributions of the Livermore Stockmen's Rodeo Association to our community. We can celebrate our rich Western heritage and honor our veterans. And we can do all of these things and everybody wins. And so what am I talking about, and how did this come about?
What are you talking about, Bob?
Yeah, so
You're still jet-lagged.
yeah, so that's why I got it written down. And just to go through that, it starts with the sale to the city of Livermore, the Livermore Stockmen's Rodeo Association, in 1962 of 33 acres to be used for civic purposes. So that's all. This whole complex is the result of the Stockmen's Association deal. One of their requirements, though, because they were worried about the growth and the urban ground, they have a concern to land and everything, was precluded housing. So this land here was ideally located between the two interfaith housing complexes. So it would be great to put affordable housing on it, but we got the restrictions. It turns out that the reason for that land being restricted is for a park, and to honor their contributions, and also to include in that park a memorial for the veterans of World War I. But it turns out in this conversation that because Eric Uranga first understood and uncovered who owned that land, and then Lanny Thompson from the Interfaith Housing approached me and said, "Hey, can you help me get that land?" And then we had the meeting with the Stockmen's Association, and it turned out in that meeting that we don't have to have the park on that land. We can trade another park for that land. So it turns out, since we're all talking about wanting green space in the downtown, we can trade the green space in the downtown for that land, and we can build affordable housing on that land. So this is just incredible as to what can happen. And so I've got this all written down, but it's unbelievable that all of these things could come together, and never in a million years would I have thought about involving the Stockmen's Association in planning downtown. So, but here it is. So, anyway, I am jet lagged. There's a whole lot of stuff there, but and we have things that need to be worked out in the details, but it's phenomenal. So what it means is we would dedicate the park on behalf of the Stockmen's Association. We can do all this kind of trading. So at the next meeting, I'm going to do a matters initiated so we can have the staff negotiate with the Stockmen's Association. Their board has already voted to let the deal happen. So all we have to do is then work the details. So, John, you want to say something?
That's amazing. And when we first embarked upon this, this whole effort 2 years ago now, there was one word that everybody agreed on. And the Livermore Cultural Arts Council was unanimous. Everybody agreed on one word about the downtown. And in the last year, since this whole thing blew up, I have not heard that word mentioned, except one speaker tonight mentioned that word. And that word was iconic. That was iconic. That's what everybody wanted in the downtown, was something that was iconic. And now you're talking about the Stockmen's Association. And in World War I, Jeff Caskey knows more about this than anybody. World War I, the Red Cross assessed the city of Livermore $1,200. It's a lot of money. I think that was double what the city attorney made in 1918. Double what the city attorney made. And this was the assessment to the city of Livermore. And John McGlinchey, Joseph Concannon, and John Flynn, and others came together and said, we're going to have a rodeo to raise that money. And they did. And actually, they raised more than double that assessment. And if we're talking about what is iconic about Livermore, rodeo is what we were. Rodeo is what, that's the work that the people in Livermore did when Livermore became a town. When it was plotted out by William Mendenhall, that's what we did. We did stockman work here. So this is what they did. And in fact, this trailer in our city hall sits on rodeo land. So to have an opportunity to recognize the contribution of the Stockmen's Association, because that's where we are right now, and to have an opportunity to create something iconic in the downtown based on their contributions. And next year is the 100th anniversary of the first rodeo. So you're right, it comes together.
Mr. Mayor, I hate to rain on the parade. I think it's a good idea. It's not on our agenda tonight. I think bringing it back the first week of September would be a great idea. It seems like you're getting dangerously close to an emotion. You're one more voice away from that. So I would recommend.
In that case, do we have a consensus that this is a good idea to have them?
That's what I'm trying to avoid, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, we can't.
That's what I'm trying to avoid, Mr. Mayor.
Can we make any comments whatsoever at this point?
I would reserve comments at this point.
So
bring it back.
just to bring it back.
Initiate on.
Okay.
But our guess is it's going to show up as a matters initiated at your next agenda.
I would expect that.
Very good. All right. So, there being any, once again, the city attorney keeps us out of jail, and I do appreciate that. Okay, so with that, the meeting of August 14th has been canceled. So I will see all of you back here Monday, September 11th. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all for the steering committee. Thank you all for your tremendous work. Meeting adjourned.